All right, everybody, checkered flag is out on our final qualifying session of the day. That was Group 6. Right now, we're getting ready for a quick lunch break. Let me take this opportunity to get some information out to you. Something I'm really excited to let you all know about today. For the first time for me, we will be live streaming today's races all throughout the afternoon. You can find the link to the live stream. It's a YouTube stream. You can find that link on the VARA Facebook group page. You can also look for the Racing Network, on YouTube. If you go to that route, you'll want to search YouTube and put the Racing Network in quotes, because there's a couple of them out there with similar names and they don't pop up all easy. So it's the Racing Network. That's actually, the stream is up live now, but we'll start the actual broadcast with the first race at 1:10. Again, if you'd like to catch that stream, you can go to the VARA Facebook page and look at it there. And you can also copy the link and send it to all of your friends and family, however you want to get it to them. And that stream will be up all afternoon. And we will have all 6 races on that stream so people who aren't here can enjoy from home. Of course, all of the races will be posted at some point in time, hopefully this afternoon, on the RacingWire Podcast Network. So if you want to go and listen to the podcasts down the road, on the way home, on your way to dinner tonight, whatever the case may be, those podcasts will be there as well. And that's the best part about that. Also, some really cool stuff. At lunch would be a great time for you to head over to Garage 5 and get your tickets for the Autism Speaks charity event, which is what we're doing, the auction, or the raffle, I should say. $20 gets you 4 tickets. I believe it might be 5, but I think it's 4. You can use Venmo to get your tickets, so you don't have to have cash. That's also cool. One other thing that's different this weekend is that we will be doing the drawing tonight at the barbecue, not on Sunday like we normally do. So if you want to get in on the cool stuff, you have to get your tickets this afternoon, because we will be drawing tonight at the barbecue. So that said, let me give you a quick rundown of all the things they are giving away, or you have a chance to win, in the drawing. An Afghan, a Bath & Body Works basket, wine basket, a garden basket, the Hershey's S'mores basket. Anybody who wins that could give that to their friendly neighborhood announcer. Also the wine basket, I'd take that one too. Anyway, beach oil painting, sea life basket with aquarium tickets, Dana Point hardware bucket, everything grapefruit box, everything lemon box, and an everything orange box, succulents in a glass bowl, a spa bag of goodies, and succulent wreath, and succulents in pots. All of those are available through the drawing today. Again, the proceeds go to Autism Speaks, a really great charity, and that charity is close to my heart, so I really appreciate it if anybody go out there, get some raffle tickets, and enjoy whatever it is you may win. Also, want to give a shout out to Danny Johnson. He is a really remarkable artist. You can see his art in the driver's registration area. That's Garage 5, same place where you can go buy your raffle tickets. So when you're buying your raffle tickets, check out the art. He's got some great stuff down there, really wonderful stuff. And he's a racer. He raced SCCA and Vintage, and from 75 to 81, a BMW, G-Production, Triumph Spitfire. So he's one of us, folks. And he's a fantastic artist, so go check out his stuff. All right. Let's go through our sponsors this weekend. Give a big shout out and a thank you to those folks. I want to thank them and for everything that they do for us here in VARA. Let me pull that sheet up here. And our sponsors this weekend, of course, Lucas Oil Products. They are the title sponsor for the British Extravaganza. Thank you to Lucas for helping us out with that. And the rest of our sponsors, K&N Filters, Goodyear Tires, Trench Shoring Company, Speedwell, VP Racing Fuels, Galpin Motors, RacingJunk.com, Ed Pink Racing Engines, Palomar Solar and Roofing, GeoSky Alert, Coast Fireplaces, Kability Race Car Locators, and Galpin Autosports. These are the good folks who help us out. We really, really appreciate it, and thank you for all of that. And and the way we can show our appreciation, of course, folks, is to check out their websites, go and buy some cool stuff, and when you do that, let them know that you are coming to see them because of their help and participation participation with VARA so that they know they're getting a little return on their investment. And I'm sure that will go a long, long way. All right, once again, just to let you know, racing's going to get underway right around 1:10 this afternoon. And when that happens, we'll be streaming those races on YouTube. You can get the link through our the VARA Facebook page. And you can also do a quick search for the Racing Network on the YouTube. And that's where all of the information will be and all of the race streams will be. We'll have all 6 races as long as everything works out. And we'll be doing that this afternoon. Thanks again. We'll see you after lunch. I'm Brian Belansky. See you in a little bit. Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Race Group 1 to the grid. Race Group 1, first call to the grid. All right, before we get to our racing action this afternoon, a couple of quick announcements. Also, let's start with the reminder that races this afternoon will be live streamed on YouTube. It's on the Racing Network. It's a free stream. You can pick it up and listen to it. Send the link to your friends. The link for the stream is on the VARA Facebook page, or you can also just do a search on YouTube, the Racing Network. Put that in quotes because there's a couple of racing networks out there. But this is the Racing Network. Also, if you would like to help support Autism Speaks, you can go down to Garage 5. That's where the driver registration area was or is. And there is a raffle this weekend. The opportunity drawing prize list is an Afghan, Bath & Body Works basket, wine basket, garden basket, Hershey S'mores basket, beach oil painting, Sea Life basket with aquarium tickets, Dana Point hardware bucket, everything grapefruit box, lemon box, and orange box, succulents in a glass bowl, spa bag of goodies, succulent wreaths, and succulents in pots. All of those are there. I believe it's 4 tickets for $20. It might be 5 tickets for $20, but it's something like that, right in that area. They take Venmo, too, so you don't have to have cash. So head on over, see Janet in Garage 5. Also, the drawing will be done tonight at the barbecue, not tomorrow. So if you want to get in, you got to get in today. Also, some beautiful art down in the paddock this weekend, also in Garage 5. It's Danny Johnson's art, and he is an old-time racer from back in the day and a wonderful artist. So check out his stuff there. One of us, beautiful artist. Well, he's one of us in that he's a car guy. I don't know how many of us can do art like he does because he does a really, really nice job. So go check that out. All right, call to grid for Race Group 1. Race Group 1 to the grid. This is our small bore group. I think this is our biggest group of the weekend. There should be 26 cars or so heading down there, and that's a lot of cars to grid. So if you're going to help us, you can help us by getting to the grid. Let's also take a moment to thank our sponsors this weekend. Lucas Oil Products is our title sponsor. This is the Lucas Oil Products British Extravaganza here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. Also want to thank K&N Filters, Goodyear Tires, Trench Shoring Company, Speedwell, VP Racing Fuels, Galpin Motors, RacingJunk.com, Ed Pink Racing Engines, Palomar Solar and Roofing, GeoSky Alert, Coast Fireplaces, Kability, let's see, who else? Race Car Locators, and Galpin Autosports. Big thank you to those folks for helping us out this weekend. We appreciate all you do, and we can show our appreciation to those sponsors by heading out and buying some of their stuff. And if you get the chance, tell them that you heard about them from VARA here at the races this weekend. Group 1 to the grid. Group 1 to the grid. We are on a 5-minute board, but we may hold that 5-minute board for just a minute or two. But nonetheless, Group 1 cars should be to the grid. We'll be getting our racing action underway in just a moment. We'll be getting that underway before you know it. So Group 1 cars, now is the time to get yourself to the grid. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. We are going to have a slight delay here to the start of race 1. It'll be probably 10 to 15 minutes before we are able to get this first race underway. So for those of you who are at the grid, do whatever you can to stay cool and to keep your cars cool. We will be getting to our racing action as soon as we possibly can. So race group 1 will be have a short 10 to 15 minute delay here while we get things sorted out. Appreciate that. And just we appreciate your patience while we sort through this situation. Also want to take a minute, remind everybody that this evening in the paddock, right after the final race, we are going to have a barbecue that everyone is invited to. Don't want to make sure we miss that famous Saturday night barbecue. Racers, you've got 2 tickets. If you'd like to bring some more people to the barbecue, you can purchase more tickets for $15. We're going to have music, dancing, karaoke. Boy, there's going to... that should be fun. All video cameras we put away, so you can all have a good time. Anyway, barbecue tonight, right after the final race. It's down underneath the canopy there. And we'll have everybody there. 2 tickets to all the racers and drivers. And then if you want to buy some more tickets, $15. Don't want to miss that. Have a good time. Come up and say hi. And all that other cool stuff. Also, if you're walking around the paddock, I know we've got a couple of extra minutes here. Make sure you stop by and see the classic cars. There's a couple of pretty cool cars out there. A 2012 Packard 30. 2016 Hudson Super 6, 2010 National 40, and then a 2000. Let me go backwards 100 years. A 1912 Packard, a 1916 Hudson Super 6, a 1910 National 40, and a 1911 National 40 Speedway Roadster. And we'll talk a little bit more about those cars during their race. They're racing in Group 6, but I got some deets on those. We'll get you the 411, as the kids say, about these awesome classic cars. So, shouldn't be too much longer before we get back to get our racing action started here. We appreciate everybody's patience as we've had this bit of a delay. We really appreciate all of that. We'll be getting going here as quickly as we possibly can. In the meantime, kick back, enjoy, and don't forget to get out there between your session and while other folks are out there and take a look at some of these cars on the racetrack this weekend. So much fun, so many great cars. So we also have this afternoon, at the end of the day, we have the all-British car race. That's our, we call it the Union Jack Challenge. MGs, Minis, Sprites, Triumph, and all the British cars. They're going to be out there with that special British car extravaganza session. That is our final race of the day, and we are going to do that coming up here a little later this afternoon. All right, not too much longer, we hope, so hang tight. We'll be racing here in just a few minutes. All right, attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Things are starting to get ready to go here. Just want to let all the competitors know that this has essentially become a half-hour delay. So when you look at the schedule, add a half hour to when you were supposed to start your race, and that's about where we're going to be. So keep an ear out on the intercom. I'll get you in and out as quick as I can, but we're about a half-hour delay. So look at that schedule, add on a half hour. And that's about where we're going to get going, and we will be going here pretty quickly. Again, we appreciate everybody's patience through this situation. And here's the good news. Going on a 5-minute board. 5 minutes until we start racing. And we're going to get our action ready to go here very shortly. Under 5, thank you, Group 1, for your patience. We know it's warm out there, but we're going to get going here pretty quick. Welcome, race fans, to the Vintage Auto Racing Association premier event, the British Extravaganza, 27th Annual British Extravaganza at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. As always, this event features the British Concourse cars, the tribute to the Morris Garage, in addition to VARA's normal race groups, and we will have those races throughout the afternoon. This is the first of what will essentially be 7 races today. We also have a special group of Prewar cars with us this weekend, which are fantastic. And at the end of the day today, we'll have the British car race. That's all the British cars here. The Union Jack Challenge, MGs, Minis, Sprites, Triumphs, and other British small bore sports cars. And we were going to have that race, our last race of the day. So we're getting ready to get underway for race group 1. This will be our small bore cars. 26 cars are getting ready to start their pace lap. As soon as they do, we will get you the starting order for those cars. Of course, this weekend is brought to you by Lucas Oil Racing Products. They are the title sponsor of the 27th Annual British Extravaganza. Big thank you and shout out to Lucas Oil Products for being here and helping us out this weekend. Again, 2 days of racing here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. We'll be back here tomorrow doing the exact same thing. And of course, you may be joining us live for the first time on the Racing Network YouTube channel. This is our first event ever live streamed. We hope it works out. We're testing out the technology today, so hopefully everything looks and sounds good throughout the afternoon here. And we're going to have all 6 races, actually 7 races when you include the British Race Car Challenge here. And we will have all these cars back to back. So I'm looking ahead at about probably 5.5 hours of racing coverage. You can dip in and dip out. You'll see race 1 here is the small bore race, C sedan, D production, DSR, E production, C sedan. If there's some Formula V cars, although I don't see any Formula Vs this weekend, and GT Lights cars. So that's who's going to race here. The pace lap has begun. I'm Brian Belansky. I'll have all of your race calls today here, and of course, all these races will also be archived forever on the RacingWire Podcast Network if you want to go back and listen to them later. All right, let's get you a full field starting order. In the 13th row on the outside is going to be Marissa Velada in a 1971 Datsun wagon. On the inside of 13 is going to be 66 Randy Ryden. That is a 1970 Triumph GT6. They're from Valley Center. Row 12 on the outside, Robert Rink in the 00 Formula V. That's a Caldwell 913. He's from Arcadia. That's next to where I live right now in Sierra Madre. Car number 67 is on the inside of row 12. John Curry drives that car. That's a GTL Mazda. And then on row 11 is Diane Cox, car number 80. That's a C sedan 1960 MG MGA from Oceanside, California. Tim O'Brien's on the inside of row 11. He is in the E-Production MG Midget from LA. Row number 10 on the outside is, I don't know who the driver is, but it's car number 79. The inside of corner 10 of row 10 is car number 19. That's number 2, Gary Van Bogert, and he is an Austin Healey from Glendora, California. Row 9, Gary Rupp in car number 5 in a MK4 Spider. Row number 10, row number 9 on the inside, 221, Frank Daly in a 1964 TR4. He's from Anaheim. Row 8 on the outside is going to be Denny Heisted, car number 83. That is a 1976 Lancia Scorpion. They're from Las Vegas. On the inside of row number 8 is Ken Rodenbush. That's car number 48. That is a Volvo 1800S. Ken is from Sherman Oaks. Moving on to row number 7 on the outside, Steve Maline. He is in an F Production Spitfire from Santa Ana. Next to him, Tom Grossman, car number 27. That's a 1972 Datsun. Then you've got Dale Shore, car number 20. That is an Austin Mini Cooper. He's from Northridge. Then we move on to the inside of row 6 from San Clemente is Chris Monier, car number 55. That is a Lotus S7. Car number, row 5 on the outside is Josh Rodenbush from Las Vegas in a Porsche 914. Row 9 on the inside, James Gratzen. That is a Porsche 914 from Las Vegas. Now we get to row 4, Rory Reinbold. He is from Gardena. He is in a Devon 153. Row 4 on the inside, David Brengel, Alfa Romeo Giulia. That's a 1964. He is from San Diego. That's car number 64. Then you've got Kevin Ayers on the outside of row 3. That's car number 68. That's an Elva Courier MK1 from Moore Park. Steve Phillips on the inside of row 3, car number 37 from Clovis, California, an Austin Mini Cooper. Then you've got on row 2, Clark Kniesel in an Austin Healey from Quartz Hill, California. Next to him, Greg Syme in a Triumph Spitfire. Your front row on the outside, Harris Koenig from Rancho Cucamonga in a Sports Renault. And on your pole sitter, Brian O'Shaughnessy, car number 717. He is in an MG Midget from Agoura Hills. He is your pole sitter, and he is in car 717. That is your full field starting rundown, brought to you by RacingWire Podcast Network. Green flag is out. We've got our cars heading down towards the first corner here. Got a little blue car heading up towards the middle, towards the front real fast. Not exactly sure which car that is, but that car went from row 4 right now up to third place. So we'll get you an idea who that is when they come across the line. So far, all the cars making it through the first corner just fine. It's pretty easy to see it when cars don't make it through the first corner here, because when that happens, there's a big, huge puff of dust. And there's no dust at the moment, so that is a very, very good sign so far. Looks like all 27 cars negotiated the first turn. Now they are heading towards the far corner of the racetrack. There's a little bit that I can't see here once they come through the first turn and head through the little hairpin section down there. I cannot see that section of the racetrack, so we will not be able to tell there. Now they're coming through. This group is using the dog leg this weekend. This is a little chicane area, heading through that area right now. And the first place car, which I believe is Brian O'Shaughnessy, has really opened up a nice big gap here, followed by that second place car, Harris Koenig in the Sports Renault. They're now heading towards Riverside and then up towards Foothill Hill. Multiple configurations that we can run here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. So this weekend we're using actually 2 different configurations. That's fairly uncommon. So some of the race groups are using the dog leg, some of the race groups are not. And that is what we're doing here this weekend. Getting ready for the field to come around for that first race lap, and I'll let you know who our leader is. I'll also let you know who that little blue car was. If I'm looking on the rundown here, I am thinking that might be the Mini Cooper of Steve Phillips that ran right up there from a 5th place start to 3rd place, but we'll see when they come around the first time. All right, we had car number 83, had a little off-course excursion there. That was Denny Heisted in the Lancia Scorpion. And our leaders have crossed the line, and the leader, of course, as I said, was Brian O'Shaughnessy in that E-Production car. That is an MG Midget. Second in line at the line after the first lap was Harris Koenig. That is in the Sports Renault. Greg Syme is in 3rd. Steve Phillips is in 4th. Right now, the black flag being given to Denny Heisted in the 83 Lancia. He's going to have to come in for a brief discussion with the stewards before they'll let him back out. That blue car that I was talking about earlier, I can confirm that is that Mini Cooper of Steve Phillips. He's now dropped back to 4th place, but he made a big move into 3rd right before the first corner. We're getting into our racing action here, going into the second lap is about to come to completion here. And we are out here doing our thing this weekend with the Vintage Auto Racing Association. Beautiful day for racing. Let me pull out the weather forecast, see what we got going on here right now. It can be really, really toasty warm out here at Buttonwillow early or late in May. 83 degrees today, only going up to 86. I know that sounds warm, but around here that's actually pretty balmy. So good weather for us today, and it's supposed to be that way tomorrow as well. Maybe a little cooler tomorrow even. O'Shaughnessy still your race leader. Greg Siam has briefly taken over second place, but I think Harris Koenig's going to get it back. Nope. Siam was able to keep second place. Koenig drops back to third. Clark Kniesel is now fourth. Kevin Ayers is fifth. Rory Reinbold sixth. Josh Rodenbush seventh. David Brengel is eighth. And as we go a little further down through the order, James Gratz and Steve Phillips is continuing to drop through the field. Not quite sure if there was some sort of an issue with that car. I do know there was a little contact out there. Maybe that may have something to do with it. Contact is not something that is encouraged. Actually, it's highly, highly discouraged in vintage racing. You've got some race cars out here that in many cases are priceless, yet they still bring them out and bring them out here. So this is a non-contact sport. It was very cool. I got to sit in on the rookie drivers school last night, and that was a phrase that was uttered about half a dozen times. Vintage racing is a non-contact sport. It's like watching them write on the Bart Simpson writing on the on the chalkboard. Vintage racing is a non-contact sport. So no, very much discouraged. So I'm sure if there was a situation there that the stewards will take the appropriate actions. So we're still looking at O'Shaughnessy, Siam, and Koenig here in the top three, followed by Clark Kniesel. I'm hoping I'm pronounced either Kniesel or Kneisel. Kevin Ayers, Rory Reinbold, Josh Rodenbush. All right, we're going 25 minutes or so this weekend on our races, so we're about 8 minutes into a 25-minute race here. Brian O'Shaughnessy's first. Second place car is Greg Syme. Third place is Harris Koenig. Chris Kniesel and Kevin Ayers round out your top five. Now, this is our small bore race group, as you heard it off the top. So you're talking about MG Midgets, Triumph Spitfires, Elva Couriers, got a Porsche 914 in here. Mini Cooper, some Datsuns. So small production-based sedans is essentially what we've got going on. And one Formula V in there for good measure. That's kind of where they fit speed differential-wise, so they put them in with this group. But that's what we're doing here in our first race group of the weekend. Again, we're 8 minutes into what should be about a 25-minute race. 12th place car is the number 27 car of Tom Grossman. That is a Datsun 1200 C sedan car. He's had that car since '84. Started racing in '89. They've nicknamed the car Pokey. That is from Gumby's Sidekick. Apparently there was a Pokey toy figure in it when they bought it. The Italian writing on the side says, faster than a set of bleachers. Apparently a spectator once commented about how slow the car was, and Tom replied, it's faster than a set of bleachers. Anyway. And the number 27 has some significance too. Apparently, the car and driver have a tendency to be a little drifty out there. So someone mentioned that he drove Villeneuve-esque. And, of course, Villeneuve's car was number 27, so hence the 27. So if you have a chance to take a peek at that number 27 car across the line just now in 12th place, and that is car number at a fast lap of 2 minutes 21 seconds. 2:21 is what Tom is circulating around the track at right now. So cool stories out here. If you are out here and want to have me talk a little bit more about your race car, make sure you send me an email with your information. All that information is on the VARA Facebook page. Car number 37 is being attended to at turn 10 by our rescue crew. That is the Steve Phillips Mini that I was talking about earlier. Not sure what the situation that made that car disabled, but that is what has happened there. So tough day for him. Hopefully Steve will be able to get that car put back together and get it back out here for tomorrow. Group 2 cars to the grid. Group 2 cars to the grid. This is our first call to the grid for race Group 2. These are our winged and slicked open wheel cars. These are some of our fastest cars of the weekend. So Group 2 cars to the grid. Group 2 cars to the grid. For those of you tuning in on our live stream, we're going to have all the races on the stream today. So this is race 1 of what will be 7 races. So sit on back and enjoy the coverage throughout the afternoon here. Again, Group 1 is our small bore cars. And then we're going to have 6 other races, including a pre-war race with some really cool cars. I look forward to telling you about that. That's our Group 6, our race 6 today. And then also we have a bit of a British car special race here today. This is the British Extravaganza. So we're looking forward to bringing that to you. That is the Union Jack Challenge with all of the British cars, British sedans that we have here this weekend. And if you want to come out here tomorrow, the British Concourse of Cars is here with some beautiful cars for you to take a look at. And that's going to be here tomorrow as well. Of course, we are at Buttonwillow Raceway Park, and this is the 27th Annual Lucas Oil British Extravaganza. No change up front so far. Brian O'Shaughnessy continues to be your race leader. Greg Syme is in second. Harris Koenig is in third. Since we are pretty much past the halfway point, we'll give you the full field rundown here. Clark Kniesel is fourth. Kevin Ayers fifth. Sixth place car is Rory Reinbold. Josh Rodenbush is 7th. Dave Brengel is 8th. 9th is James Gratson. Dale Shore is in 10th. Chris Monier is the 11th place car. Your 12th place car is that Datsun I just told you about, Tom Grossman. 13th place is Neil Rupp. 14th is Steve Feig. 15th is Diane Cox. 16 through 20, Mark Snellgrove, Tom O'Brien, Robert Rink, Steve Maline, and Randy Ryden. Your 21st place car through 25 is Randy Wilson, followed by Marissa Vallada, John Curry, and Richard Maline, and Bill Rookledge. Your 26th place car is Steve Kupferman, and then cars number 27, 28th, and 29th is Gary Van Bogert, Steve Phillips, and Denny Heisted. I don't believe those cars are still running anymore. I think those cars are off the track. So that is your full field rundown at the halfway point. This is the British Extravaganza from VARA, and you're listening to the RacingWire Podcast Network and the Racing Network as well. And we're hearing that I was well beyond the halfway point when I gave you that rundown. 2 laps to go right now, 2 laps to go. And we will be getting the white flag here pretty quickly here, well, in about 2 minutes or so as we get the leaders to come around for the second to last time. Group 2 cars to the grid, Group 2 cars to the grid. That would be our winged Formula cars and our sports racers. Group 2 cars. It is now time for you to head to the grid. Under 2 laps to go in this race. Group 2 to the grid. Some pretty fun racing action going on out there right now. You know, these are vintage cars, but they are still racing. You know, as you'll learn, if you come to a vintage race, you can pass people without actually hitting them. Do it all the time here in vintage racing. So, pretty fun to watch these folks out here with some amazing cars from throughout motorsports history. Got this race underway a little bit late, but we're going to keep everything on schedule and give all the racers a full race time today. Not going to have to chop the schedule, thankfully. It's Saturday, so we have plenty of time and plenty of sunlight now since we can get a little deeper into the day since we're closer to the summer solstice. So no worries about darkness here. We'll get everybody all their racing action in today. Our starter's getting ready with that white flag. It'll be out here in just a second. At this moment, last time by anyway, Brian O'Shaughnessy was still your race leader. He had a 1.4 second lead over Greg Syme. Greg Syme is in the 1963 Triumph Spitfire. He's in second place. The white flag has now been displayed for Brian O'Shaughnessy in that MG Midget. That's the 1972 MG Midget. Your second place car closing in a little bit. I don't know if that's lap traffic possibly that's doing that. Now it's less than a second gap between first and second, Greg Syme. The third place car is Harris Koenig. Should be coming across the line any second here. Here he comes in the car number 37 Sports Renault. That car's 20 seconds back from second place. So really no issues there between first and second in this class. The question will be, can Greg Syme catch Brian O'Shaughnessy here in the closing moments of this race? Not too sure if that can happen, but we will look, we will see, and we will bring it to you when it does. The white flag is out, the penultimate lap in this first race of the day here, as we get ready to go and get this one done. Group 2 should be on the grid. Your race is going to start here shortly. Group 2 on the grid. Waiting now for our leaders to come by and come out of the front corner of the track and the back corner of the track are the parts I can't see from the announce booth here. But we will do the best we can, bringing you the best coverage that we can throughout the weekend here. We should be seeing our leader come on to the front straight here very, very shortly. Any moment now, our starter's going to put that white flag down and pull out that checkered flag, and that looks like it's about to happen. Last group of cars coming around to start their final lap, and soon we will see the number 717 1972 MG Midget of Brian O'Shaughnessy come around the final lap and head down towards the starter stand. The starter has the checkered flag in hand. Here comes your, well, almost. Here comes the leader, Brian O'Shaughnessy. Checkered flag is out, and your winner for race group 1 is Brian O'Shaughnessy. Your second place car, Greg Syme, and the gap between first and second place, if you don't think these folks are racing here, folks, the gap between first and second, 0.181 seconds. What a great finish here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park for race group 1. As soon as most of the cars get across the start-finish line, we will take a moment and give you a full field rundown here for race group 1 before we get to race 2. Race group 2, you should be on the grid. Race group 2, you should be on the grid. We're going to get to your race here in just a short moment. We will let a couple of more cars cross the line before I start giving you that full field rundown. All right, let's go through them now. Brian O'Shaughnessy was your race winner here for race 1. Greg Syme second. Your third place car, Harris Koenig. Fourth was Clark Knassel. Rory Reinbold finished fifth. Josh Rodenbush was second. Again, this is going to be your provisional results. Seventh place was Kevin Ayers. Dave Brengel was in eighth. Your ninth place finisher, James Grotzen. 10th place was Chris Monnier. Neil Rapp will finish 11th. Waiting for some more folks to come across the line here. Neil Rupp was 11th. Dale Shore 12th. Tom Grossman finishes 13th. Steve Feig will finish 14th. Tim O'Brien, he will finish 15th. Your 16th place finisher is Steve Maline, followed by Robert Rink, Mark Snellgrove, Randy Ryden, Randy Wilson. Marissa Volato was 21st. Diane Cox was 22nd. Richard Maline 23rd. John Curry 24th. 25th was Bill Rookledge. 26th was Steve Kupperman. 3 cars didn't finish the race: Gary Van Bogert, Steve Phillips, and Denny Heisted. That's your full field rundown at the end of race group 1. That rundown is brought to you by the RacingWire Podcast Network. All right, for those of you listening on the stream, we will be getting to race 2 in just a moment. As soon as we get the cars off the track here for race 1, we'll get the cars on race group 2 out. And as soon as those cars start their pace lap, I will bring you the starting order for race group 1. Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. If you have a canopy, please make sure it is tied down well. We've got some dust devils in the area, and a couple of weeks ago, 10 canopies went flying. We do not want to retrieve canopies, so please make sure that your canopy is tied down well, so it will not blow away. We would hate to have a canopy fly onto the racetrack and cause a problem, because that would not be very much fun. So if you have a canopy, please make sure it's tied down. Group 2, we are on a 5-minute board. 5 minutes to the start of race Group 2. Group 2 cars, if you are not on the grid, please go to the grid right now. All right, time to get ready for race Group 2 here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. This is the VARA British Extravaganza, brought to us by Lucas Oil Products. Group 2 is our winged open wheel cars, probably our fastest cars here this weekend. Let's give you our rundown, our starting order. In the 5th row on the outside, we've got James Webb. He is driving a 1994 Indy car. That's a Reynard. He is from North Hills. Car number 89 is starting next to him on the inside of row 5. That's John Adams in a double World Sports Racer. That is a Toyota World Sports Racer. He's from San Ynez. In the 4th row on the outside, Robert Levinson. He is in a Sports 2000. That's a 1986 Swift. He is from Calabasas. Inside of row 4, Jerry Kehoe. That's a car number 5, F1 car. That is a March 87B from Santa Rosa, California. Row number 3 on the outside, Troy Tinsley. That's a C Sports Racer, a Lola, a 1979 Lola. He's from Montara. On the inside of row number 3, John Wilkins, car number 44. That's an S2 Tyga from Glendale. Row 2 on the outside is Paul Cool. That's a Formula 5000 car, an 81 March from Vista. Inside of row 2 is Rick Kirchner. That is a Formula Continental, a 1994 Van Diemen. He's from Ridgecrest, just up the road from here. Your front row on the outside is Rupert Bragg Smith. That's a C Sports Racer, a 78 Lola from Beatty. And your first car in this race, your pole sitter, car number 07, Paul Lissick. That is a Super V, a 1985 Ralt. He is from Tehachapi. That is your starting order for race 2 here. Also want to remind everyone that all of these races are also on the RacingWire Podcast Network. Race 1 just went up, so you'll have that up there. We'll try to get them all up as quickly as possible today, barring any technical difficulties. Lights are out on the pace car. That means we should be seeing that pace car on pit lane here very quickly. And as soon as that happens, we will have an opportunity for a green flag today. Get this second race of the day underway. I'm Brian Belansky. Want to welcome you all to Buttonwillow Raceway Park here this weekend for this amazing British extravaganza. Beautiful cars, beautiful weather, good food, good friends, good fun, like they like to say. Race 2 should be getting underway here any moment. Some really cool history in this class as well. Super V, for those of you who might not know, was at one point in time the step before IndyCar. Super V had some people come through that, the likes of Al Unser Jr., Michael Andretti, Brian Herta. Some really fantastic IndyCar racers came through. We've got ourselves a green flag right now. Racing down towards turn 1 right now are all of these formula cars. Everybody makes it through turn 1 pretty good, it looks like. Looks like the IndyCar is going to start from pit lane here. So the IndyCar was the final car on the grid. That was James Webb. He did not make it in time for the pace lap, it looked like, so he'll start from the end. But frankly, that IndyCar could be the fastest car here. We'll see how that works. Not quite sure if there was a mechanical problem. That's be an issue. But we'll see what's going on there. You know, we're going for about 25 laps this weekend, or 25 minutes or so. This is the the track configuration where we're not using the bus stop chicane. And if you're familiar with the bus stop chicane at Daytona, this is about 3 times the size of that one. It is more like a pit lane chicane, but we call it the bus stop out here. And we are using that for a couple of the classes, and then we're using the same configuration without the bus stop for a couple of other classes. And so that's what we're going on. So this particular class is not using the bus stop. We will see what the running order is when they come around. These guys should make pretty fast laps here, and there will probably be some lapping in this because that's Super V up front. As my friends from Boston like to say, is wicked fast. All right, there is our first racing lap in the books, and I will tell you, that C Sports Racer is doing a nice job of keeping up. Paul Lissick, definitely your fastest car here on the first lap. He turned a lap of 1:51.9, 1 minute 51.9 seconds. But Rupert Bragg Smith not holding back. He is only 2/10 behind at the line, or just slightly under 3/10 in that C Sports Racer. The Formula 5000 car, Paul Cool, he has crossed the line third, just another 1.7 seconds back. And waiting to see that IndyCar come across the line for the first time here. That was the late starter that started from pit lane. Got the one bright orange car. I believe that's the FC car of Rick Kirchner from Rick Kirchner is from Ridgecrest. Yeah, that's the orange car. I always tell people, if you want to get talked about on the broadcast, make sure your car stands out. You know, the blue cars and the black cars are hard to tell apart, but when you put one out there that's day-glow orange, that catches my eye, and that's why I'm talking about the 5th place car number 23, Rich Kirchner. Beautiful race car, by the way. Absolutely beautiful race car. That's a Formula Continental car. A 1994 Van Diemen. Really, really pretty race car. All right, here comes your race leader right now. Looks like Rupert Bragg Smith is taking the lead. He has taken over from Paul Lissick, who's dropped down to second. Paul Cool is still in third. That's a great name. I want the name Paul Cool. He is in the Formula 500 car. For a Formula 5000 car, I apologize. Formula 500 is a very different race car. John Wilkins is in second. Rick Kirchner is in third. That Indy car finally came around. Of course, it started late. Doesn't have a ton of pace, but we'll see. Maybe that car is just needs to get up to speed a little bit here. Not quite sure what the reason was. It started late, but maybe there's a little bit of a mechanical issue. Now it came across the second time here with a 1:17 lap. So that car's going to make its way up through the field pretty quickly if it's clicking off laps that are almost 20 seconds faster than the fastest race than the leader right now. So we will see and watch that car as it comes through here. James Webb should be able to really, really make a big move here through the field. That will be fun to watch, and we will do that as we go forward here. A pretty wide range of speeds here. You've got this IndyCar who's got a lap time of a 1:17, and then you've got some of the slower cars here, the S2 cars. We've got one who's circulating around 2 minutes. That's a 40-second a lap difference, and that's one of the things that all these drivers have to be really cognizant of, is to keep an eye on who's in your class and who is going to be slower. Not necessarily because they're not as good a driver, just because that's what the cars can do. So we keep an eye on that as well. Your race leaders coming across the line. It's a Rupert Bragg-Smith again. Paul Lissick is in second. Paul Cool should come across the line here third. Really, really slow car right now across the line. I think that's Paul Cool. Not quite sure what the situation was there, but he was coming down the main stretch really, really slowly. I suspect may have been a slight little wheel off maybe, or just a little slow moment. But Cool's now dropped down to fourth. Waiting to see who is moving through. Again, here comes one of the Sports 2000 cars. This should be Kevin Capone crossing the line. Actually, no, that was Roy Tinsley after being lapped here. There is James Webb. One of the things that's sometimes kind of hard to keep track of here when you've got this mixed class racing is when cars start lapping through the field or getting lapped, they get interspersed in, and because the cars are sometimes really wide varying in their speeds, it's kind of tough to keep track of them. I will tell you, though, that 1 and 2, Bragg, Smith, and Lissick, no change there. 0.4 of a second between those two cars as they cross the line at the end of lap number 4. John Wilkins continues to be in second. Rick Kirchner's now moved up to fourth. John Wilkins in third. Rick Kirchner moved up to fourth now in that bright orange FC car. There's the F1 car of Jerry Kehoe come through. That's a really pretty cool car. Here comes the Indy car I was telling you about. It's really weird. I don't know if that car might not have a, oh, there it is. James Webb just coming. Okay, I got it now. Again, it's just kind of interesting how some of the cars come up here. James Webb, that Indy car, is now moved up to 7th. That was the car that started from pit lane, so already made his way up to 7th place in the field. I want to thank all the folks down in timing and scoring for providing us the information on Race Monitor or Race Hero. If you want to follow and look at the live standings, you can look at it. There's a Race Hero app you can get on your phone. You can also go to racehero.io on the web and hit the web-based version. Both work well. I've got the app on one computer and the on and the web version on a different computer. So both of those are pretty cool. We've just crossed over the halfway point here, so that means it's time for our full field rundown at the halfway point. As your leaders come across the line again, Rupert Bragg Smith, still your race leader. He is in the C Sports Racer, followed very closely, 0.3 of a second back by Paul Lissick. Third place, John Wilkins. Fourth place is Rick Kirchner. Jerry Kehoe is in fifth. Kevin Capone is in sixth in the S2 car. Wait just 1 second to see if James Webb is going to catch the next car before we cross the line. Yep, that's exactly what happened. No, Jerry Kehoe is in the F1 car, followed by Kevin Capone. James Webb still tooling around here, trying to make their way up through the field in the Indy car. All right, so here's what I'm figuring out here. The car that's marked as an Indy car, I'm pretty certain might be a C Sports Racer now. I think that might be a 94 Reynard Formula Atlanta car that's been converted into a C Sports Racer, because James Webb, that's got some body work on it. So I'm going to have to do a little investigation during the dinner time here and see if I can figure that out for tomorrow. So James Webb is in 7th, John Adams in 8th, Ron Sauerzig in 9th. Your 10th place car is Troy Tinsley. 11th place is Paul Kuhl. And now your 12th place car is Robert Levinson in the S2 car. That is your full field rundown at the halfway point, brought to you by the Racing Wire Podcast Network. Want to remind everybody here at the track that we are streaming these races today. You can get the link for this stream on the VARA Facebook page. You can send that link to your friends and family who aren't here. You can watch or listen to the stream here. It's just a stream with a full screen graphic on it, but it does give people the opportunity to hear the race calls. And then maybe down the road we'll add a little video to that, but in due time. But the stream is there on the VARA page, and we'll be able to, and that'll be on the YouTube channel after the day is over as well, that people can listen to it there. Also, the podcasts are going up after the races on the Racing Wire Podcast Network. Great way for you to listen to them in the car on the way home or on the way to dinner tonight. So all that information is there for you, and we will have all of today's races. And if everything works out like I'm hoping it is and like it looks like it is, well, we will do the same thing tomorrow as well. No changes up front. Bragg Smith first, Lissick second, Danny Wilkins third. Group 3 cars to the grid. Group 3 cars to the grid. We're less than halfway. We have less than half of a race to go here, so it's now time for Group 3 cars to the grid. Those are our Formula Ford cars. So Group 3 cars, start making your way to the grid. All right, looks like our drivers have kind of settled themselves into a pace here. The only real close battle right now continues to be our battle for the lead. Paul Lissick is sitting around there about 0.4 of a second back, a little less than half a second back from Rupert Bragg Smith. Now we're getting into that situation where we start to think and ask ourselves, is Lissick just sitting there, biding his time, and waiting for that white flag to come out so that they can pounce and make a last lap pass for the finish? or does Rupert Bragg Smith really have the mark and have the speed to do that? One would think that Super V might be faster, but nonetheless, I mean, it's proving to be the case that Rupert Bragg Smith definitely has some horsepower and some skills behind the wheel. So we will keep a close watch on that as we come up on our last couple of laps here. Haven't heard word yet, but I'm going to guess that pretty soon I'm going to get the word from the start stand that we're getting ready to come up onto, oh, and this might be it right here. Oh, that is not what I thought it was going to be. We have a car that's come off the track here on the front on the pit lane. I'm not quite sure. We'll find out what that car number here is in just a second. We have one car off at the entrance of pit lane. I'm waiting to hear a car number here so we can tell you who that is. I was hoping that was going to, well, not hoping, but thinking that might be the starter telling us that it was time to get, 2 laps to go here, but we will listen for that. We should be coming up on that fairly shortly. Group 3 cars to the grid. Group 3 cars to the grid. Formula 4 cars. Formula Ford cars. That is your group. If you have a Formula Ford or any of its iterations, head on over to the grid. Hearing that car in pit lane could be car number 427. That will be Kevin Capone. That is an S2 car. Let's see if I can get some more info on that. No, I don't have any more details on that car. All right, Paul Lissick still sitting back there, lurking, making himself very large on the in the mirrors of Rupert Bragg. Just getting the word from the start stand that the next time by we will see the white flag displayed to whichever car is out front, whether it be Bragg Smith or Lissick. So we are on the second to last lap here in race group 1. I'm sorry, race group 2. Group 3 cars should be heading to the grid right now. That's our Formula Ford cars. Less than 2 laps to go in this race, so get on out there so we can get race 3 underway right away. All right, keeping an eye on what's going on here. These 2 cars, last time by, less than a half a second was the difference between first and second place here. Bragg Smith in first, Lissick in second. Still waiting on them to come around. They should be heading now towards the Phil Hill section of the racetrack. Leaders are through turn 9, which means they should come through the corner 12 here any moment. And once they do that, they'll be coming down towards your starter, who is holding but yet to display the white flag. It is now out. Here comes those leaders. And as I thought the potential might be, Paul Lissick will take the white flag. The question now will be, did he take that lead 1 lap too soon or not? So far going through turn 1, Lissick was able to keep the lead. Now let's see if he is able to keep it. Now it looks like that the second place car of Bragg Smith was able to close down as they come into that little right-hander going on to going down towards the Grapevine. Looking to see what I've got here. It does look like that Bragg Smith was able to retake the lead. Now we're looking to see if Lissick can come back one more time here as the cars head down that long back straight. Right now it is Bragg Smith in first, Paul Lissick in second. Did he make that pass one lap too soon? We will know in about a minute. Here they come. I would say it's about a 4-car length lead for Bragg Smith as they go through Grapevine. Now they're going to go through Grapevine, heading up towards the last group of corners here, a big sweeper at the end, and then on to the final straight before the final corner, before the final straight, looking to see what's happening. Got a couple little breaks that I can see down the road, and it does look like it's still Bragg Smith. Will Lissick be able to make another move here? We will wait to see. They should be coming through 9 here shortly and towards the final corner. Let's see what it looks like when they come into our view here. Here comes your leaders for the final time through the final corner. Who is it going to be? Here comes the leaders. It does look like it is going to be... It's going to be Paul... No, it's going to be... Yep, it's going to be Rupert Bragg Smith taking the win. Paul Lissick was second. It does appear that Lissick made that move for the lead maybe one lap too soon. Showing your cards at the wrong time can it sometimes be not the proper race strategy. All right, waiting to see for the third place car to come across the line. That should be John Wilkins. I will tell you when that happens. Yes, it is. John Wilkins is your third place finisher. What I will do now is take a short, brief second of a break. And as soon as a few more cars come across the line, we will give you a full field rundown. Group 3 cars, though, should be at the grid. It does look like most of them are there. Group 3 cars to the grid. We will get to your race here very, very shortly. All right, let's do a full field rundown here for race group 2. Your winner, Rupert Bragg Smith. Second place car was Paul Lissick. Third place, John Williams. James Webb finished fourth. John Adams was fifth, also one of our country's founding fathers. Troy Tinsley, sixth. Rick Kirshner, seventh. Don Salzerzig was eighth. Robert Levinson was ninth. Your 10th, 11th, and 12th place cars, Jerry Kehoe, Kevin Capone, and Paul Kuhl. And those cars I do not believe were running at the finish. That's your full field rundown at the end of Group 1. I'm sorry, at the end of Race 2. This is the RacingWire Podcast Network. All right, while we're waiting for Group 3's race to start, want to remind everybody we're still taking tickets or giving out tickets or selling tickets for tonight's raffle drawing. Autism Speaks is the charity. Great stuff. Everything from a Bath and Body Works basket to a hardware bucket, some grapefruit, lemon, and orange boxes, succulents, Hershey's s'mores basket, and a whole bunch of other cool stuff. So head over to the to Garage 5, see Janet. You'll sell you a ticket. And, of course, just a reminder, we're giving these away tonight so at the barbecue. So waiting till tomorrow will not get you any of these things, although I bet you they would take a donation. Also, you can also get your tickets with Venmo. You don't have to have cash. So stop on down for that. Those of you listening on the live stream will be getting to race 3 action in just a second. Enjoy the moment of silence while we get ourselves reset and get ready for race group number 3. All right, welcome to race group number 3 here at Saturday, May 21st at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. This is the Lucas Oil Products VARA British Extravaganza. Race group 3 today is our Formula Ford race. The lights are out on the pace car, so let's go through our starting order. In the 8th row, you've got Jim Fearing and John Gudland. Row number 7 is Chris Jansen and Bill Pierce. Row number 6 is Efren Oliveras and Dana Larson. Row 5 is Kim Chong and Ben Kuhl. Row number 4, Kim Madrid and Ethan Kuhl. Row number 3 is Bradley Newman, and I just got a pronouncer for this driver. We'll make sure we get it right here. It is Eric Inkrot. He is the driver in car number position 6, car number 42, row number 3. Row number 2, we've got Todd Strong and Bob Haddle. Your front row, Steve O'Hara in a Swift DB3 from Laguna Hills is your pole sitter. Next to him, Todd Gerstenberg in a Titan from Chino. We've got a green flag. We're racing here for race group 3, taking a look to see how these drivers make it through the first corner here. It's always easy for us on the first corner to know whether or not everyone got through clean, because if they don't, there's usually a big old puff of dust. Lots of dust around this, of course, desert racing surface. If you stay on the pavement, everything's good. If you get off in the dust, there is no way to say it was an oopsie and make sure nobody saw it. So it's pretty obvious when you have a moment here. But so we're in the middle of our first race lap here. Of course, these are our Formula Ford cars. A wide range of dates of these cars. Our oldest one looks like it's a 1969 Winkleman. That is the Eric Inkrot entry. I got a whole bunch of fun info on that car. We'll talk about that here in just a few minutes. Newest car in this group looks like it is an 89 Swift. That is your race pole sitter. That is a Swift, a white Swift, car number 7, Steve O'Hara. He is from, or could be O'Hara as well, from Laguna Hills. So a nice mix of cars and groups, a couple Titans, a Crosley, a Lola, a Swift, an Eldon. I know some folks who are really into the Eldons. The Merlin MK29, a March form car, and a Lotus, a 1967 Lotus. So a little bit of everything you could want in Formula Ford racing history here for our race group number 3. We're going about 20-25 minutes today on these races, and depending on the lap count here, and we are always looking out for that. First racing lap is about to be complete here. Your race leader after 1 is going to be Steve O'Hara, followed by Todd Gerstenberger the second. Todd Strong is third. Bob Hatley is 4th. Bradley Newman 5th. Eric Inkrot is 6th. Kim Madrid 7th. Ethan Kuhl 8th. In 9th is Ben Kuhl. And Efren Olivares is 10th. That's how we started the first lap here. First race lap for Steve O'Hara, a 1 minute 54.668 seconds. That's not so bad for a Formula Ford. And if you look, as the cars get a little bit older, they slow down a little bit. Your last place car right now, having fun, regardless of the race speed, is John Goodland. He is in the his lap was a 2:14, so a pretty big difference in lap times. But you're also talking the difference between a car that was built in 1967 and a car that was built in 1989. That is part of the fun of vintage racing. You get to pit the eras between all of the different cars out there, so it's not all from the same era. And some of these guys are out here to really see what they can get out of the car. Other guys are out here. Guys and gals are out here just having fun, circulating, and learning what they can do with their car. So lots of fun going on with that, and that's the spirit of what we do here in vintage racing. Of course, no contact. That is the rule, and we take that very seriously. Never really a huge problem in open-wheel racing because, of course, contact in an open-wheel car can be pretty not so much fun. And but sometimes in the fendered cars it's a little different. But here, even in regular day racing, modern day racing, contact is not very often happening. We also have had a spin here. Car number 14 has spun. That is Bradley Newman. I apologize. Spun at some point. I don't know which corner he was at, but he was in 5th place before the spin. We'll take a look to see what that has changed for his placing. He's already dropped back to 8th. He's gone from 4th to 8th, or 5th to 8th. He has got back on the track and is moving again and has only lost 4 positions. Bradley Newman comes back on and is now in 8th place. Car number 7 was our race leader. For some reason, that car has retired for the day. That was Stephen O'Hara. He came across the line the first lap as your race leader. At the end of race lap number 2, he has gone into the pits and into the paddock. So it looks as though his day is done. Not quite sure what the situation is there, but we'll find out if we can and bring that to you for tomorrow's broadcast. Again, the RacingWire Podcast Network and the Racing Network are very excited that this is our first live stream. We'll be live streaming this race on the YouTube channel, the Racing Network, and that is linked on the VARA Facebook page, so you can send that out. Now we have car number 4 has gone off, Ben Kuhl. I'm not exactly sure where that was because I was talking when the call came in, but car number 4 has gone off the track, and we're waiting to see if that car will get to start up again. Car number 4 is Ben Kuhl. All right, so that car is into turn 4 area, and it looks as though they're going to have to go out and get that car right now. We will see if the rescue teams can do that under a local yellow. We'll find out more on that. Cars will have to slow down a little bit through that section to make sure they can get through there safely. and while they go out and grab that car. So when Stephen O'Hara pulled off and into the pits, that gave Todd Gerstenberger the lead. He was in second place. Todd Strong now third. Todd Strong now second. Bob Hatley is in third. Eric Inkrit has moved into fourth. Ethan Kuhl fifth, and Kim Madrid now sixth. All right, now I'm hearing the car number 4 spun before getting stuck in the location they were at. So, looks like our rescue team has arrived at the scene. So your fourth place car is car number 42. That's Eric Inkret. He drives the 1969 Winkleman Vintage FF car from Ford. He just got that car. He had a Crosley that he crashed in Fontana earlier this year. So this is his first race weekend with this new car. It was recently owned and raced by Roy Jones, who would be a very familiar name to VARA racing and race fans. This car hasn't raced since the 2019 50th anniversary Formula Ford event. And, of course, the Winkleman is a legendary name, the original importer of the cars from Europe. So looking forward to having Eric out here with us. And looks as though new car to him. New car hasn't been out for a while, but the car knows what it's doing. Driver knows what it's doing. Eric is in fourth place right now, and 16 seconds back from the lead and 6 seconds back from third place. So well done, Eric, in the first run in this new car, and look forward to having you out here for a while and enjoying your time out here with us here at VARA. All right, at the end of the main straight, it looks like car number 115, Joe Furig, has had a little bit of an off-and-on excursion, but that car has continued. We're at the halfway point, so it's time, of course, for our halfway full field rundown. Todd Gerstenberg is your leader. Todd Strong is in second. Bob Hatley is in third. Eric Inkrit fourth. Ethan Kuhl is in fifth. Kim Madrid is in sixth. Bradley Newman seventh. Your eighth place car is Efren Olivares. Bill Pearson, 9th. Jason Wolpert is in 10th. Your 11th place car is Dana Larson. Joe Furig is in 12th. He's the one who just had that little off and on. John Goodlid is in 13th. Steve O'Hara and Ben Kuhl, they are no longer running. They started the race. They are now 14th and 15th. And that is your full field rundown here, brought to you by the RacingWire Podcast Network. Those of you who might not be familiar with the RacingWire Podcast Network, you can find races and information from many different series on that. We cover more than just VARA. So check that out. The RacingWire Podcast Network is available on all your popular podcast platforms and some that aren't quite so popular, but we're there too. Anyway, check out the RacingWire Podcast Network there. That's where these races will live forever. And we've actually already posted Race Group 1 and Race Group 2 there. So in addition to the live stream, we also have that. All right, car number 115, another little incident here, turn 12. That is Joe Furig. That's his second incident in this session. Nice little battle there still up front, though, if you're playing at home or listening at home. Todd Gerstenberg, your race leader, but Todd Strong is just a little more than a tenth of a second behind. 0.13 seconds at the line this last time by. That could become something to watch here. Well, certainly something to watch now, but we'll see as the laps start to tick down here in this race. We will get a chance to see whether or not this will become a wider gap, whether Todd Strong's going to try to make a move here at the end. But we will keep an eye on that, kind of like we did with the race last time by. Oh, we have car number 7-6 has spun off at turn 10. That's Dana Larson. That car is going to need some assistance from the rescue crew there, but that car, well, we're just hearing now that car has continued. So after a moment to collect themselves, the 76 car has continued on, so that's a good news. That's always what we like to see. Todd Gerstenberg remains your race leader. Todd Strong second. We should see them coming by again. We should only have a couple laps left in this race. Probably 2 or 3 left. Here comes your leaders. It looks like Gerstenberg first, and pulled out a little bit of a lead now over Todd Strong. It's now 0.5 of a second. That could be a lot of different things. Strong could just be taking it easy for a lap or two, cooling his tires with a thought process of a last lap or a second to last lap pass. As we learned last race, that if you go 1 lap too early, it might be 1 lap too early. So we'll see what Todd Strong has planned there. Bradley Newman has moved up a position. He's now in 4th place. That means Eric Inkrit has dropped back to 5th. But he is still within striking distance of the number 14 car, Bradley Newman. Kim Madrid is 6th. Ethan Kuhl 7th. Efren Oliveira 8th. Billy Pierce 9th. Jason Wolpert is in 10th. All right, Joe Fury came down, had a little chat with the stewards, and heading back out. He will get back out to finish the race there. Just a few laps left here, waiting for the call from the start stand for 2 to go. These are timed races here in VARA, so there's no real countdown lap, so we kind of have an idea when it's going to end up, but we wait for the call from the starter stand so we know for sure. Sometimes my powers of guesstimation aren't as good as I would like them to be, so oftentimes I will just wait to hear what the start stand tells me because they are the official counters, timers, and all of that cool stuff as far as the end of the race goes. Group 4 cars should be heading to the grid. Group 4 cars to the grid. This is our B sedan group. So if you have a B sedan car, you should be heading to the grid at this time. B sedan cars, please head to the grid at this time. I will just say it is a spectacular day for racing out here. You know, upper 80s, still hot, but not as hot as it could be. We know what it's like to race in hot temperatures up here at Buttonwillow. So 88 degrees. Let me check the temperature again, but that's what we were supposed to get up to today. Right now, our temp is at 85 degrees, and that's just absolutely perfect for May at Buttonwillow. We do have a bit of a breeze today, so we're warning everybody in the paddock to make sure that their awnings and tents are locked down because apparently last weekend or a couple weekends ago we had a bunch of flying tents. And while that sounds like it could be fun to watch, you never want to do that because that could A, hurt somebody, and B, end up on the racetrack. So, lock down those tents and those awnings, folks. Get them all secured because I can see the wind blowing here, all the flags here along the front straight. Group 4 cars to the grid. Group 4 cars to the grid. Your leader here in race Group 3, still Todd Gerstenberg. Todd Strong is in second, 5 tenths of a second back, almost 6 tenths. Your third place car is Bob Hatley. He is ahead of Bradley Newman by about 7 seconds. And then your fifth place car is Eric Inkret. That's his first run in that car, folks. So great first effort for the 42 car. First time in that car for him. And really nice to have him out here racing with us this weekend. All right. And there's the official word from the start stand. 2 laps to go next time by, or 2 laps to go right now. Next time by, the starter should get the white flag. Todd Gerstenberger has opened up now almost a full second over Todd Strong. So if Todd Strong is going to make an attempt to get the win here, he's going to have to get some work done here. 1 second doesn't seem a lot, but with 2 laps to go, or less than 2 laps to go, you want to be a lot closer than that. So if it was a cool my tires for a last lap dash, now is the time to kick it into high gear here and see if you can't get, you call on your crew chief and say, I need a little extra throttle pedal here. But that's what's going on here with just a little about a lap and a half to go here for race Group 3. Group 4 cars to the grid. Group 4 cars to the grid. For sedan, B sedan cars. It's time for you all to head to the grid. All right, any second now will be your leaders coming by to take the white flag to begin their final lap here for Saturday's races at Buttonwillow. We're going to do it all over again tomorrow. Another set of races, same groups tomorrow. So join us again for that here, both on the live stream and as well we'll post those races tomorrow on the podcast network as well. Here comes Todd Gerstenberger down for the white flag being displayed in all its glory here. Gerstenberger is your leader, and 1.1 seconds now the gap by Todd Strong. As long as Gerstenberger doesn't have any issues here on this final lap, he should be able to hold on here. We will keep an eye, though, as they get going here. Now as the cars head down towards Grapevine, Gerstenberger continues with that lead. Does not look like Strong is closing in very much, if at all. Here comes Gerstenberger now through the Grapevine. Still your leader as they head down the back straight. Strong is not closing this gap at this moment. It will close up just a bit going into Riverside because that's usually what happens. Then they will head down towards the back end of the track, which I have a hard time seeing because there are some trees in the way for me here. Gerstenberg still your leader. Strong still in second. That's the way it looks coming through Grapevine. Now they're going to head down towards the sweeper for the final time today. Let's see whether it is. It helps out because one car's red and one car's blue, so at least from a distance I can pick those out. Still Gerstenberger in second. Strong still in third. I will see them one more time for a brief moment as they come through the S's for the final time before they hit the last turn before the main straight. Looks like it's still Gerstenberger and Strong. They should come onto the main straight here in just a second. Here they come. First Gerstenberger, then Strong. A little bit of left traffic should not be an issue, though. Gerstenberger is going to take your checkered flag here. And the winner is Todd Gerstenberger. Second place is going to be Todd Strong. Third place will likely be Bob Hatley. We'll wait to see how that goes. Waiting for him to cross the line here any second. After Bob Hatley crosses the line, I'll take a deep breath, wait for a few more cars to finish, and then we will give you a full field rundown. Your third place finisher here, as they cross the line, is going to be Bob Hatley. All right, we'll take just a brief second here to catch our breath, and then we'll come back and give you a full field rundown for Race Group 3. Race Group 4 cars, you should be on the grid. Race Group 4 cars, you should now be on the grid. All right, let's do our full field rundown here. At the end of Race Group 3, your winner, Todd Gerstenberg II, in the number 70 car. Second place, Todd Strong. Third place, Bob Hatley. That's your podium. Fourth place, Bradley Newman. Eric Inkert was fifth in his first run in his new car. Kim Madrid sixth. Ethan Cool seventh. Efren Olivares was eighth. Bill Pierce ninth. 10th place was Jason Wolpert. Your 11th place car, John Goodlid. 12th was Dana Larson, Joe Feurig, Stephen O'Hara, and Ben Cool. They brought up the rear, and they were not running at the finish. That is your full field rundown for Race Group 3, brought to you by the RacingWire Podcast Network. And we will be back with Race Group 4 here in just a few minutes. You're listening to VARA's British Extravaganza from Buttonwillow Raceway Park, of course brought to you by Lucas Oil Products. All right, for those of you listening on the live stream, we're taking a short 10-minute break here before we get ready to get going for Race Group 4. So don't go away. We'll be right back after a very short break. We appreciate you listening, and I hope you're enjoying it. If you are, it'd be great to leave some comments and share and all that other cool stuff. And subscribe, of course, to the Racing Network. Appreciate it. Group 4 cars, Group 4 cars. We are under a 5-minute board now. 5-minute board, Group 4. It's a good time to take a chance and thank our sponsors this weekend. Lucas Oil Products, of course, our title sponsor this weekend for the British Extravaganza. K&N Filters, Goodyear Tires, Trench Shoring Company, Speedwell, VP Racing Fuels, Galpin Motors, RacingJunk.com, Ed Pink Racing Engines, Palomar Solar and Roofing, Geo Sky Alert, Coast Fireplaces, Kability, Race Car Locators, and Galpin Auto Sports. These are the folks that help VARA put on these events, so check them out. And if you do go and do a little business there, make sure you tell them that VARA sent you. I'm Brian Polanski, and I just want to let you know, if there's still an opportunity throughout the weekend, if you want to send me information about your driver, your car, you can send that information to raceannouncerbrian, all one word, at gmail.com. Raceannouncerbrian with an I, all one word, at gmail.com. I already have a couple of folks who sent it in, and I keep this from race to race, so you don't have to send it in every race weekend. But if you heard me talking about Eric Inkrit in the last segment, in the last race, I was able to say all those cool things about Eric because they sent me information. So all you have to do is send me an email. Doesn't have to be long. Just give me a little info about the history of the car, maybe a little of the driver's history, and that gives me stuff to talk about on the broadcast. All right, we're under a 5. We'll be getting underway here pretty quickly for race Group 4. We will give you the starting rundown on that race as soon as we start our pace lap. Also, don't forget, there's still an opportunity to get yourself some tickets, some raffle tickets for the Autism Speaks charity event. Head down to Garage 5, talk to Janet. You can get yourself some tickets, some great stuff in Afghan, Bath Body Works basket, wine basket, garden basket, Hershey S'mores basket, beach oil painting, Sea Life basket, aquarium tickets, Dana Point hardware bucket, everything boxes with grapefruit, lemons, and oranges, or grapefruit or lemons or oranges. Succulents in a glass bowl, spa bag of goodies, succulent wreaths, and succulents in pots. Get your tickets today because we're drawing tonight at the barbecue. We are not doing it tomorrow like we normally do. So get out there today and get your tickets so we can have some great stuff. And, of course, it goes to a great cause, Autism Speaks. That's a group of people that really helps people and families who are dealing with autism. So thank you to all of those folks. Also, not final, but please take your canopies, lock them down, tie them down. We don't want them flying away. It's getting a little windy out there, so get those canopies tied down so that we don't have to go chasing after them, and more importantly, we don't get anybody hurt. All right, we are getting underway here now for our 4th race of the day. Let me hit all the record buttons, and we will get started here in just a second. All right. Welcome to the VARA Lucas Oil Products British Extravaganza at Buttonwillow Raceway Park Saturday races, May 21st, 2022. We're getting ready for race number 4. This is our sedan group, B sedans, in all their different orders and iterations. And this is a great group of fun cars, lots of cool. If you love Datsuns and BMWs, this is the group for you folks. Let's get to our starting order here. Your 7th row on the outside, Malcolm Cox in a 1960 MGA from Oceanside. Inside 7 is going to be Jeff Ireland in a BMW 2002 from Duarte. That's also next to my hometown. Edmund Germain is on the inside of row 6 in a 2002 BMW. That would be the model, not the year. A 1973 BMW 2002. He's from Livermore. On the outside of row 6 is Anthony Rodino in a BMW 1600 from Santa Ana. Row 5 on the outside is Steve Vallata in a Datsun wagon. That's a 1971 Datsun wagon. On the inside of row 5, Robert Brooks in a Datsun 510. He's from Riverside. Row 4 on the outside, Bob Rutledge. He is in a 1969 Datsun 510. He's from Atascadero. I believe I got that right. On the inside of row 4, Jim McDavid. That's the 05 car, also a Datsun 510 from Arcadia. In row number 3 is Steve Bristling on the inside in a Datsun 510 from La Cañada. And on the outside of row 3 is Steve Link from Laguna Beach, California. Row 4 on the outside, we've got, row 2 on the outside is Patrick Emge in 510 from Hayward, California. On the inside of row 2 is Zhang O'Shaughnessy in a BMW 2002, a 1969 BMW from Somas. Your front row on the outside, Brian O'Shaughnessy, BMW 2020. I don't know which one that is, but we'll figure that out. He's from Agoura Hills. Your pole sitter, the 02 car, Ken Blasco. That is a 1969 BMW 2002 from Cypress, California. That is your starting order here for Race Group 4. Getting ready for that race group to come down here for the first time here to take the green flag. Again, we're going about 25 minutes today, maybe a little bit shorter depending on what the lap count is. Of course, we keep an eye on our start stand for all of that information, and we will keep our ears open for that as well. Here is our start. So far, looks good. Green flag is out, looking towards the first corner. See how these drivers get through there. So far, so good. No dust balls to look for. All right, that's a good sign. Find it really interesting looking at this group. There's a group of folks with these Datsun 510s from Arcadia, La Cañada. There's a BMW from Duarte. So all of those, those are 3 towns in Southern California, for those of you who don't know, all pretty close to each other. I'm wondering if they're all buddies who just happen to love this class and want to get together and go racing on the weekends. La Cañada, Arcadia, Duarte, all within about 20 minutes of each other. And I live right up there, nestled in that area too. So if you guys ever need a guy to help you wrench on your cars, call me. I'd love to get in there and do a little bit of that with you guys. So, yeah, cool little contingent of folks there. All right, we're waiting for the cars to come by to complete their first race lap. I will let you know their running order, at least for the first few cars here, once they come through that last corner and head to the start-finish line. Again, Ken Blasco was your pole sitter. We'll see if he is still your race leader. Yes, he is your race leader, but second and third place, they're right on his heels, right on the tailpipe there, 0.4 of a second back, and then this third place car is 0.4 of a second back. That's Stephen Bursting and Brian O'Shaughnessy. Then about 2.5 seconds back to the fourth place car of Steve Link. So that's really cool here with all these cars. They are all really, really evenly matched. The gap going from first to 8th place, first to 10th place, is about 10 seconds. So, a lot of times when you've got all of these different years and models of cars, they're not as evenly matched when you look at some of the classes here. That is not the case with this B sedan group. It is really, really close racing and just a ton of fun. And if you remember back in the day, back in the 70s, this was one of the premier sets of cars here in North American motorsports. These were some of the hottest cars driven by some pretty iconic drivers. So tons of fun watching these cars out here, and really, really love watching these Datsuns and BMWs get at it here. I'm also intrigued by this Datsun wagon, the 1971 Datsun wagon driven by Steven Vallata. That was out here earlier as well. So all sorts of cars, all sorts of drivers, all backgrounds, all coming together for the love of cars and vintage racing, and that is what this is all about. All right, so the top 10 here after one race lap: Ken Blasco, Stephen Bristing, Ryan O'Shaughnessy. Then you've got Steve Link. Fifth place is Zhang O'Shaughnessy. Bob Rutledge in sixth. Steve Vallata is in seventh. And then you've got Jim McDavid, Patrick Emge, and Robert Brooks. That's your top 10 here. Heck, I'll go through all of them. There aren't that many more. Jeff Ireland is in 11th. Edmund Germain is 12th. And then 13th place is Anthony Rodino. Here comes your leaders again, past the line, really, really close. 1/10 of a second separating first and second. Stephen Bristling takes over the lead. Ken Blasco's in second. That battle's not done, folks. If they can keep their tires under them and keep their wits about themselves, we're going to watch that battle for the next 15, 20 minutes. We will keep a very, very close watch on that as well. Going back through the field, O'Shaughnessy, Lincoln, O'Shaughnessy, so nothing changes there as we watch things come and play out. Another little battle just crossed the line. All right, the 05 car had a little off and on in turn 3. That is the, which car is 05? That's Jim McDavid. Then we're also looking at the 5 car with a little smoke, so we'll keep close on that as well. Now I got a car off here at the exit of the, at the bus stop. Looks like that car might actually be on the racetrack and pointing in the wrong direction as the dust starts to settle. It could be that there's 2 cars out there. Two cars involved there. 05 Jim McDavid and the 49 car of Steve Link. Those 2 cars right there at the exit of the bus stop. That's going to force us to go to a full course yellow here while they go. Those cars are not in a good spot, so definitely want to move them and get them out of the way. So we're keeping an eye on that. That's the 4-9 car. Again, the 4-9 car, Steve Link. The 05 car of Jim McDavid. Exactly. Yeah, that's the 05 car. So we're going to slow this racing down just for a few minutes while the rescue gets there and gets these cars into a safer spot and make sure that they check on the drivers and make sure they're okay. And our traffic here slowing down real well. These drivers here, many of them very, very seasoned drivers, have a lot of experience, so they know what to do when there's a full course yellow. And most of those cars have been through this, the incident area at least once, so they also know where and what this is all about. So that will also help the situation. Looks like most of our cars have been through this area at least once before the full course yellow came out when it was just covered under a local yellow. It's really hard to say local yellow without sounding like it being yokel yellow. Anyway, getting the pace car and the field together here, get them bunched up nice, and that'll give the people working the rescue crew lots of time to do as much as they can. Now we're going to go to a black flag all situation. We're going to sit back here, going to bring the cars in and get them onto pit lane and give as much time to them to be able to get this cleaned up faster. It's a lot easier to clean up the situation when there aren't other cars on the track. So they're going to do a black flag all, bring the cars into the pits here for just a few minutes, get it cleaned up, and then hopefully there'll be time to get everything started back up. When the black flag came out, your leader was Stephen Bristling. Second place was Ken Blasco. Third place was Brian O'Shaughnessy. Fourth through 10th at the black flag was Patrick Emge, followed by Steve Vallata, Robert Brooks, Jim McDavid. Your eighth place car was Jeff Ireland, and your ninth place car, Edmund Germain. Anthony Rodino was in 10th. Your 11th place car is Zhang O'Shaughnessy. And then, of course, the two cars that were involved in the incident, we've got those as well. 12th was Steve Link. That's the 49 car. That was one of the cars in the incident. And then your last place car right now is Bob Rutledge. That's, of course, going to change because McDavid and Link will not be continuing here. So we'll keep an eye on that. We're going to take a short break here. And as soon as we get back to action, we will start up again. You are listening to the RacingWire Podcast Network and the Racing Network on YouTube. That is where your live stream is coming from. I'm Brian Belansky. We'll be right back as soon as we get things going up again. All right, due to the length of this cleanup, we're going to be ending this race at this point in time. So our black flag will be our finishing order here. Race Group 4 has ended with Steve Bristling as your race winner. Ken Blasco was second. Your third place finisher is Brian O'Shaughnessy. Fourth place is Patrick Imge. Steve Viotta is in fifth. Robert Brooks, sixth. Jim McDavid is in seventh. Jeff Ireland is eighth. Your ninth place finisher is Edmund Germain. Anthony Rodino is 10th. Zhang O'Shaughnessy is in 11th. Steve Zink is your 12th place car. Robert Rutledge is in 13th. David Malcolm is your Malcolm Cox. Oh, actually, he didn't start the race. So your final finisher in 13th place is Bob Rutledge. That is your full field rundown at the end of Race Group 4. We'll be back in just a moment with Race 5. You're listening to the Racing Network on YouTube and the RacingWire Podcast Network. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Shenanigan alert. Shenanigan alert. Due to all of today's on-track shenanigans, the stewards of the weekend have decided that there will be a drivers' meeting tomorrow at 7:30 a.m. There will be a drivers' meeting tomorrow at 7:30 a.m. All drivers shall be in attendance. Because of the shenanigans on track today, please show up at tomorrow's drivers' meeting at 7:30 a.m. That drivers' meeting will happen under the canopy by the cafe. So that drivers' meeting, 7:30 a.m. tomorrow morning, under the canopy at the cafe, mandatory drivers' meeting. Let's also take this opportunity to talk about our drawing. You have under an hour to buy your tickets for this Autism Speaks charity event. It is an opportunity drawing. Tons and tons of great stuff. I've been through the rundown a number of times today. Great stuff out there. And if you want to get in on this, you have to buy your tickets before 4:30 this afternoon. We are not selling these tomorrow. We're going to give away the tickets, or we're going to give away and pull the drawing today at the barbecue after our final event of the day. So if you'd like to get in on this, and there's some really, really cool stuff, and you could even just win it and give it to your track announcer. Just kidding. Get your tickets before 4:30, and then we'll be drawing those tickets tonight at the barbecue. And also another little reminder that you can listen to today's race broadcasts on the Racing Network YouTube channel, and that link is on the VARA Facebook page. Also, every race, as soon as it's over, is being posted up to the RacingWire Podcast Network, so you can listen to that on your way home or on your way to the hotel or to dinner or wherever you're going. Heck, if you want to listen to it on your way home from work on Tuesday, it'll be there as well. Also, check out the RacingWire Podcast Network because there is a ton of other cool stuff there as well. It's not just stuff on vintage racing. It is free. It will always be free. It is free. It will always be free. It is free. Did I say it is free? It will always be free there. And enjoy it and listen, and that would be great. Group 5 cars to the grid. Group 5 cars to the grid. All right, attention the paddock, attention paddock. We are on a 5-minute board for Race Group 5. Race Group 5 is on a 5-minute board. For those of you listening to the stream, we will be getting back to race action here in just a moment. Under 5 minutes to the start of Race Group 5, and Race Group 5 is our big board group. We'll be getting that action here started in just a minute. Welcome back to our race coverage of the VARA, Vintage Auto Racing Association's Lucas Oil Products British Extravaganza. It is Saturday, May 21st, 2022. I'm Brian Belansky, and we are getting ready for our 5th race of the day. This is our big board group. We have 19 cars expected to take the start today. Let's start with our rundown. Row 10 on the outside is going to be Adam Goodrich in the 11 car. That is a Chevy Camaro, a 1967 Chevy Camaro. He's from Queen Creek, Arizona. Row number 9 on the outside, Karen Ty in a 2008 Chevy Monte Carlo from Virginia City, Nevada. That is an ex-NASCAR car. Row number 17, I'm sorry, car number 17. No, I lied again. Car number 28 is starting 17th in row number 9. That is Bruce Maurhan. He is in a 1970 Datsun 240Z. He is from Glendale. Row 8 on the outside, 10 Baum, car number 29. That is a Nissan 300 SX, a 1987 Nissan 300 SX. He's from Thousand Oaks. On the inside of row 8 is Jim Smith, car number 96. That is a Chevy Corvette from Chatsworth. Row 7 now on the outside is Richard Grabowski, car number 9. That is a 69 Porsche 911 from Laguna Beach. Car number 63 will start next to him. That's Val Asensio. That is also a Porsche 911. This one's a 1968 version from San Clemente. Row number 6 on the outside, Robert Kelly is your driver there, driving a Corvette, and he is from Huntington Beach. On the inside of row 11, you've got Fred Bowen. He is in a 1967 Porsche 911. So you've got a 67, a 68, and a 69 in the race today. He is from Thousand Oaks. Now we have row number 5 on the outside, Gary Lemke, car number 67. That is a Shelby Cobra, a 1965 version from Torrance. On the inside of row 5, John Anderson, car number 27, a 1963 Chevy Corvette from Placentia. Row number 4, Brad Long on the outside. He is in a Chevy Corvette, 1967 Vet from Menifee. On the inside of row number 4 is Ron Hurst. He drives a 1966 Ford Mustang from Ontario. Car, that would be California, not Canada. Although it does say CA. No, it's definitely California. All right, lights are on the pace car. We'll be getting a green flag here in just a second. Let's get through the final 3 rows here, or the first 3 rows, actually. On the 3rd row, starting on the outside, is Judson Schutz in the in the 1965 Cobra Daytona. He's from Hollister. Next to him, Matthew McFadden, car number 18. That is a 1974 Porsche Carrera from Los Angeles. Row number 2, Wayne Graham, the 96 car. That is a Mazda RX-7 from Santa Barbara. Next to him, David Doyle in the 1982 Pontiac Trans Am from Lodi. Your front row on the outside, Mike McNamee in a 1985 Buick Trans Am, and he's from La Habra Heights. Next to him, Ben Valentine in the number 19 car. That is the 1965 Chevy Corvette from Fullerton. That is your starting order. We should be seeing the cars coming out of the main straight any moment, and they are here. Our starters looking at the field, looking to see if this is a field that's going to get a green flag, and they will not get a green flag. Clearly not enough cars lined up straight and waved off, so we will come around one more time, see if we can get it correct this time. Not quite sure if they were not close enough together or if they were not in close enough order. Maybe I'll find out here. So here's what happened. The cars in the back of the field were not formed up close enough to the front of the field, so the starter didn't like what he saw, and that is what happens, folks. We will wave that one off. They will make their way around one more time under the control of your pole sitter, Ben Valentine, and hopefully they will get all bunched up better the second time around, and we will get racing here in Race Group 5. 2 more races left to go today. After this one, we've got the really cool, well, they're all really cool cars, but the Prewar cars, and I have a bunch of info on those cars that we're going to talk about. And that's not really a race because there's only a few of them, so they're going to go out and do their thing. So what we're going to do on that group is I'm going to give you the rundown about the cars we know, and then we will talk about that, and then we will kind of move on for that, and then we come again one more time a little bit later for the final race of the day. That is the all-British car race, because of course this is the British Extravaganza, and that race will be our final race of the day, and that is the Union Jack Challenge for MGs, Minis, Sprites, Triumphs, and other small-bore British cars. They are all invited to this specialty race as our final race and feature of the day. All right, our field, trying one more time to get this whole thing started. They are heading down the back straight, and at some point in time here, they will come back onto the main straight. Hopefully they'll be bunched up nice, and the starter will like what they see, and they will give us one more green flag. I want to take this opportunity to thank Lucas Oil Products. They are our title sponsor this weekend. They are a big help in getting these races put on, and we appreciate everything they do for us here in VARA. And, of course, if you want to find out more information about VARA, the Vintage Automobile Racing Association, that's easy. All you have to go to is vararacing.com. That is on the interwebs. They have tons of cool information about their schedule. Of course, they've got all the rules and forms that you need if you want to come out here and play with us. We'd love to have you. So that's cool information, great information. All you have to do is go to VARA Racing, all one word, .com. All right, we should be seeing our leader bringing the entire field, onto the race course at some point in time. Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. We could use some help down under the canopy setting up tables and chairs for dinner tonight. If you have a few minutes and you are able-bodied, please head to the canopy area and give a quick helping hand so we can get ready for the barbecue tonight. Attention the paddock, anybody who can help out, moving some tables and chairs around, that would be a big help. All right, we are racing here. Race Group 5, green flag just fell. Whole bunch of loud, ground-pounding, big-bore sedan race cars and sports cars heading towards Turn 1. We will see how that all goes through. So far, they look like they're playing like good boys and girls in the sandbox. Well, actually, they're not playing in the sandbox, which is a really good thing, because I don't see any dust flying. That's a great thing. They made it through the first corner just fine as we get underway. Now, of course, this race actually started when there was no start, so the time has been clicking off. We have to get done at a certain time today because that is the rules. So we will that first yellow flag lap counted, but now that we actually have our first lap in earnest, We are moving right along, and that looks like Ben Valentine has jumped into the early lead with that 1965 Corvette, and he is being chased down here by that Pontiac Trans Am. I believe that's David Doyle in second. We'll know for sure when they cross the start-finish line here for the second, or for the, well, technically for the second time, but the first time under green flag conditions. We'll know more. This should be our second fastest race group of the weekend. Our fastest is usually the Formula cars, the F1 and Indy cars, the group that has an F1 and Indy car in it. So this will also be a pretty fast race group as well. The qualifying time for Ben Valentine, a 1:53.5. And if I dig through my paperwork here and look for the qualifying for Group 1, or Group 2, I should say. That's the one I want. Group 2, their qualifying time was 1:45. So, yes, the winged Formula car is a little bit faster, but there's nothing to sneeze at when you can get a 1:53 out of a 1965 Corvette. And there is Ben Valentine crossing your finish line at in first place here, or the start finish line in first place. It's not the finish line till the final lap. Valentine is in second. Valentine's in first. Wayne Graham is in second. Graham is driving the RX-7. And then you've got David Doyle. That's that Pontiac Trans Am I was telling you about. So right now it's Valentine, Graham, and Doyle are your race leaders here, first, second, and third. Followed by Mike McNamee. Matthew McFadden is fifth. Your 6th through 10th place runners are Brad Long, Judson Schutz, John Anderson, Ron Hurst, and Bruce Maurhen. Once again, attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. If you have a few minutes to spare and you can help move some tables and chairs around to get ready for this evening's barbecue, they could use your help under the canopy there right by the cafeteria, the cafe, and the pro shop. Head on down there and give a hand if you can. If you get enough people, it won't take very long, and we would really, really appreciate the help. All right, your race leaders should be coming by here pretty quick. And here's how fast that Corvette is, by the way. It had already broken out a 9-second lead after one race lap. We will see now how big that lead will be after 2 race laps. Doing my math, it could be as much as 18 seconds. And there it is. It's a 12-second gap now. So Wayne Graham's finding the footing a little bit here. But still, the lead wider than it was on the first lap. Ben Valentine, your leader. Graham second, 12.2 seconds back. Then 3 seconds back to David Doyle. And then 2.2 seconds back to your 4th place car of Mike McNamee. The closest battle right now on the racetrack is the battle for 4th. McNamee, Brad Long, and Matthew McFadden. There is 9/10 of a second between 4th and 5th, and 9/10 of a second between 5th and 6th. So that's your closest battle on the racetrack at this point. We'll keep watching that to see if that cooks up anything fun there. Right now, Ben Valentine's just walking away. And, of course, not only are these different aged cars and everything, but and different, of course, there's different driver skill as well, but it's also different classed cars. So, an 8 production car versus a GTO car probably shouldn't be together, as for on the racetrack anyway. But if you look at positions 2 through 6, those are all GTO cars. Right there, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and they're all bunched together like you would imagine a bunch of cars in the same class should be. So, pretty cool to see that there. You've got Buick, some Trans Ams. You've got, what else? There's a Porsche Carrera in there, a Shelby Cobra in there. So, some pretty cool cars, all in the same class, fighting from 2nd to 6th place. So, But again, we'll keep watch. Ben Valentine, and again, if you get a chance to stop by that '65 Corvette, that is a pretty race car. So go check that out. I love seeing that car as it comes by with the white racing stripe down the center. And Ben Valentine knows how to wheel that thing. Just clicked off. Every lap he's done this so far, he's been a little faster than the last. So he qualified this car at 153.5. He just clicked off a race lap at 153.9. So that's pretty cool. Had a little incident in between turn 10 and 12. Looks like car number 48. That's the Judson Schutz car. That is the 65 Cobra Daytona. Spun off between 10 and 12 and has been able to get back into the action. So went off, had a bit of a rough ride, I'm hearing, but is back on the racetrack. So now that driver, Judson Schutz, he's got to make sure he gets those wheels nice and clean, or the tires nice and clean to check out to make sure there's no issues there. Once you go off on this dusty, sandy desert that's not on the pavement, it'll take you a good lap to get your tires clean, especially when it's hot out. And, it can be very much like driving on ice for those first couple of corners once you get back on the racetrack. So lots of folks out here who've been here before understand that, but we'll have to see how the 48 car negotiates the next lap or so, make sure they don't have any continued issues. While all that was going on, Ben Valentine continues to open up the lead here. Ben Valentine now at a 15.7 second lead over Wayne Graham. And that GTO battle is widening a little bit. Second and third are 1.6 laps to go here, or 1.6 seconds between second and third. But between third and fourth, that gap is widened to 7.5 seconds. All right, 2 laps left in this race. Next time by, Ben Valentine will get the white flag. Still Valentine, Graham, and Doyle up front. Let's go through the rundown real quick. Brad Long, 4th. Matthew McFadden, 5th. Mike McNamee, 6th, 7th through 10th. Actually, Karen Ty just moved up into 5th place. Haven't mentioned her name yet, but that car is really bringing it on. 156 is the lap time for that car. That is the old NASCAR. I'm not sure if it's a push car or a cup car, but that is a 19, let's look here, the 26 car I'm looking at here. Yeah, the 26 car is a 2008 Chevy Monte Carlo. So that could be what was at the time a cup car or possibly a Busch Series car. I think that's what they were back at that time. But that car's moving up pretty fast. Karen Ty is really getting it on there. Matthew McFadden is in 6th. John Anderson 7th. 8th is McNamee. 9th, Mark Sasko, and then Bruce Marahan. Our leader, Ben Valentine, should be coming into our view very, very shortly here. Really no issues between 1st and 2nd as long as Valentine keeps the wheels on the racetrack, and we will see if that happens, but there's no reason to believe that it won't. He had a 17-second lead here at the end of the last lap, so we'll see what happens. He'll be coming down to take the white flag here. At that point in time, with a 17-second lead, and I'm guessing at this point it's even a little bit wider, he can just take his time, enjoy the scenery, wave to the corner workers, say hi to his wife or girlfriend, whatever the case may be. He'll be able to do all that stuff on this last lap with a nice big lead there. Waiting to see how big that lead is. The white flag is out now, so this is our final race lap. The Group 6 cars, this is the pre-war cars. You should be coming to the grid now. Pre-war cars to the grid for your race. Group 6 cars to the grid. All right, we're waiting along here. It shouldn't be too long. At 1 minute and 53-second laps, we should be a minute away or so of the 19 car coming through here one last time. We're looking to see if he has come through the backstretch here. And it looks like right now, coming out of Grapevine onto the backstretch for the final time today. Again, we'll be out here doing this again tomorrow. Ben Valentine, that is the one really, really pretty Chevy Corvette, the 1965 Corvette. Again, Ben Valentine from Fullerton, California. On his heels, or not so much on his heels, Wayne Graham, although he is. So here's what's happening, I think. Ben Valentine knows he's got this race in hand, so he's kind of slowed down to make sure no problems on this last lap. That allowed Wayne Graham to go from 17 seconds back on the second to last lap. He was at 14 seconds back the last time across the line. So that's what's going on. Doing the smart thing here. Ben Valentine, nothing to worry about, no reason to push it. Bringing it home nice and safe here on the final lap. Just waiting now for him to get onto our front straight one final time. The starter has put the white flag down and has now picked up the checkered flag and is ready for your leader. Car number 19, Ben Valentine, will... All right, here he comes. Big pack of cars, but the leader is here, and it is Ben Valentine, your race winner here in race number 5 here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. We will give just a few seconds for everybody to start coming around, and then we will give you a final rundown for this particular race. Wayne Graham is going to finish second. David Doyle will finish third. We'll take a brief break here before we give you a full field rundown. Pre-war cars, you should be on the grid now. Pre-war cars, please go to the grid for your race, Group 6. All right, let's do our full field rundown here. Race Group 5, your winner, Ben Valentine. Second place, Wayne Graham. Third place, David Doyle. Fourth place, Karen Ty. What a great drive for her. Brad Long is in fifth, the fifth place finisher. Matthew McFadden, sixth. John Anderson, seventh. Mark Sasko, eighth. Ninth and 10th, Bruce Morhan and Judson Schutz. 11th through 15th, Ron Hurst, Gary Lemke, Fred Bowen, Adam Goodrich, and Val Asensio. 16th through 18th, you've got Jay Perilli, Richard Grabowski, and Ted Baum. And Mike McNamee was your 19th place finisher. That's going to do it for Race Group 5. You're listening to the Racing Network on YouTube and the RacingWire Podcasting Network. The RacingWire Podcasting Network. I didn't know I had a guest. Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Robert Lovinson to the to race control, please. Robert Lovinson, please report to race control. Again, attention the paddock. Robert Lovinson, please report to race control. All right, for those of you listening on the live stream, we're in a bit of a hold here as we do a little bit of a track cleanup, a little bit of oil on the track, and with these pre-war cars, we want to give them a nice clean racetrack to deal with. I want to make sure they get the best chance to keep those cars on the pavement. And so stand by with us. As soon as we're done with the cleanup, we'll get back here, and we've got a special guest who's going to join us to talk to us about these amazing cars. So stick around. Don't go away. We will be back in just a few minutes. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. We are on a bit of a delay to clean up some oil before the Prewar group. So if you are in the all-British racing group that's coming up here for the final race of the day, no need to rush to the grid at this point in time. We have not even started the race before you. So it's going to be a good 20 minutes before you need to be here. So grab some water, grab some Gatorade, hydrate. Get under the shade as much as you can, and then we'll get you here in about 20 minutes. So that's for the final race group of the day. That's the all British race group. We're still waiting on just a few more minutes before we can get our pre-war cars out. We got a little oil out there, and we're working on that as quickly as we can, and we'll get back to race action in just a few minutes. All right, for those of you listening on the live stream, we're still on a bit of a hold, so hang tight. We haven't stopped yet. That's why I haven't stopped the stream. We're still going to have our pre-war cars, and those are going to be fun to talk about, so you're going to want to stick around for that. And then after that, we have our British Extravaganza. This is the Union Jack Challenge for MG, Minis, Sprites, Triumphs, and some other small bore British cars. That'll be our final featured group of the day, and that'll be coming up here right after the pre-war cars. So stick around. We're not done yet. We're just trying to get the track nice and clean before we send out these pretty much priceless race cars to do their session here. So hang on. We'll be back here just a few minutes, and we'll get ourselves back on track and going. Welcome back to the RacingWire Podcast Network and the Racing Network on YouTube. This is our sixth race of the day here from Buttonwillow Raceway Park, part of the Vintage Auto Racing Association British Extravaganza, brought to you by Lucas Oil Products. I'm Brian Belansky. Our next group is a ton of fun. These are really, really cool cars. These are pre-war cars, and when I'm talking about pre-war, I'm not talking about the Gulf War. I am not talking about the Vietnam War. I'm not even talking about the Korea War. I'm talking about pre-World War I here. We've got some really cool cars, and thankfully I have an expert who has joined me for a few minutes here to talk about these cars. With me is, and he's got a good name too, Brian Blaine is here. Brian, welcome. You are intimately knowledgeable on these cars because I think you've worked on a bunch of them, right?
Yeah, three of the five cars in today's grid are cars that I restored. One's being actually driven by my wife. One of the cars is already broke down for the weekend, unfortunately.
Right.
So yeah, I can probably answer a lot of questions about them.
Cool. So which are the three cars that you're involved with?
The cars that are going out right now. 1911 National, which is actually today is the one that's in the. I take that back. That's the one that's in the shop. 1910 National, which is being driven by Charles Test. Charles's great grandfather actually started the National Car Company back in the year 1900, and National Car Company started out making electric cars originally. And we can talk more about that later if you'd like.
Yeah.
And then the other car is a 1916 Hudson racer, and that's the one that's being driven by my wife Sandy. And then a 1912 Packard racer, which is the oldest Packard race car in existence.
Wow.
There aren't any others older that we're aware of. And then there's the two additional cars are a 1930s vintage Miller Champ sort of sprint car, and I have a little bit of information on that, and I'm not sure who the last car is.
Okay.
I'm not familiar with that one.
Yeah, I don't think we got all of them registered in time for us to get them on the list here.
I think it's an Allard.
It's a 1950 Allard Roadster. That's it's Bernard Dervaux is the driver.
Right.
And that is so that's the That's the baby of the group, right? A 1950s car.
Yeah, and a quick car. Of course, that the sprint car being drawn by I shouldn't call it a sprint car, and I shouldn't call it a champ car, and it's not a midget. Back then, that was considered a big car.
Got it. So back in the day when these were the car, where were they racing?
Well, prior to 1911, almost all tracks were dirt.
Right.
And there were races everywhere. Every little town, if they had a horse track or a county fairground, any place that they could race cars, they raced them. And it wasn't uncommon at all to have street races through town.
So, 1911, though, was that the first Indianapolis 500?
Correct. Yeah, 1911 was the first 500. It wasn't the first race at Indianapolis Speedway,
right,
but it was the first 500-mile race. So that's always been considered the first Indy race.
Sure. Was this car one of those cars at that race?
No, but we actually have a car that ran in the very first Indy 500 back in the museum. We didn't bring it this weekend.
Right. Okay. So I look at these cars, and I've been through the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Museum. I've been to the International Motorsports Museum down in Talladega. You don't expect to see these cars at a racetrack on the racetrack. Do you have any trepidation when you sit here? They're now tootling through the Riverside here. Our session has started, and since this really isn't a race, I'm not going to call play-by-play here. I'd rather just talk about the cars. But you watch your car out there. Do you have any trepidation seeing these cars out there?
Well, it's 100-year-old metal.
Right.
100-year-old metallurgy.
Yep.
There's lots of things that break on a regular basis. But in reality, it can all be fixed. It can all be replaced. And there is an ongoing debate. Are these cars so rare and so valuable and so irreplaceable that they should not be driven?
Right.
And if they are driven, they shouldn't be driven on a racetrack. And then there's the other extreme, which is our philosophy, which is the cars were built to be raced. And that's what they were designed for, and that's where they deserve to be. So our philosophy is let's keep them out there racing as long as we possibly can.
All I can think about is, I don't know if you saw the video this week of Charles Leclerc putting the Ferrari that Niki Lauda drove to a championship in 1974, stuffed it into a wall at Monaco. Now, the difference there is that car broke, so he didn't make a mistake, thankfully.
Well, at least that's his story.
Well, no, actually, I think we saw pictures of the brake rotors falling off the back of the car.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, the left rear brake rotor broke, and as he was going into a right-hand turn, and that was the end.
That would do it.
But yeah, so I think about that when I'm seeing these beautiful cars. You mentioned something, and again, the technology of obviously 100-plus years ago. Many of these cars, you said, have leather clutches. How does that work?
Yeah, back at the turn of the century, there was a lot of experimenting going on. There wasn't any standard. There wasn't any proven designs. Every car was so different, and especially in the mechanical engineering part of it. And one of the big challenges, even to this day, top fuel drag racing, and is how do you get that power from the engine to the ground? And one of the big issues back then is we didn't have the clutches and clutch design like we depend on today. Right. So one of the very first designs, which worked really well, was actually to take a leather cone, or I should say take a metal cone, wrap it in leather, rivet the leather to the cone,
right,
and then make your flywheel in the shape of an inverted cone.
Right.
And when you slide that one cone out and the other one in, it would grab on the leather. So we would actually take and oil the leather, because if it was dry, it would slip and grab and things. So we kept them oiled good with neat's foot oil in most cases.
Right. I mean, now that you say it, it makes sense, because a clutch is a friction device, and leather can be friction-y.
Yeah. Well, and too, if you think about it, back at the turn of the century, I mean, leather was used for bearings, leather was used for seals, we didn't have any of the plastics or rubbers and things that we depend on nowadays.
So I'm looking at some specs that I've got for some of these cars, and a couple of them have a 450 cubic inch displacement, a 430. So that's essentially a big block V8, but they're not. Are they V8s? No.
No, they're 4 cylinders.
So a 4-cylinder car putting out 450 cubic inches, 40 horsepower.
Each piston is the size of a coffee can.
Wow, that is just crazy. 3-speed transmission. So I guess I was wondering if it was just the clutch was just to get in and out of first gear, but did they use it to go through the whole box?
Most of the cars from the turn of the century on were 3 speeds. There were occasionally 2-speed, but to my knowledge, I don't know of any 4-speed. Although there probably were some European cars that were 4 speeds.
Very, very cool. So I'm also looking in, and we talked about this. The value of these cars. All of them appeared to be the most expensive car when it was new was $4,200. That's the 1912 Packard 30, and now that car is worth.
Oh,
I mean,
it's probably approaching $1 million today.
That's crazy.
But part of that is because there just aren't any.
Right, of course.
And part of it is its race history, and a lot of these cars, the rarity of them has a big effect on the value.
Sure. What kind of fuel do they run in these cars?
Just about anything that'll burn.
Okay.
We run just regular pump gas.
Okay.
But back then, that was the limiting factor on almost all of these engines. We're talking about the size of the engine.
Right.
Well, the fuel was so poorly refined and the octane levels were so low that if you had anything more than about 4-to-1 compression, the knocking that would occur from detonation would just destroy an engine. So the way you got more power was to make a bigger displacement. So these engines, for the most part, have about 4-to-1 compression. Back then, they burned gas that probably had 70 octane, if that.
It's crazy. And it was all lead-based gas today.
Yeah.
Then and today, are you adding lead to the gas today?
We don't.
Okay.
We don't worry about it too much. Back then they didn't have lead either. I don't believe in the early refining. They did at later dates, but I'm not sure when lead was added. But I mean, I've heard stories of these guys taking kerosene and diluting it with gasoline to get the car running. So it's amazing what they can run on when they're that low of compression.
Brian Blaine here talking with us today as we're here at the VARA British Extravaganza here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. We've got a pre-war group this weekend, and we're talking with Brian here. He's worked on these cars. It's a love affair, right, with these things?
Yeah, it really is. I've raced.
I know your wife's driving, so don't say anything that's going to get you in trouble here.
I've been racing since I was 8 years old, and I've vintage raced everything from Formula One, Can-Am, and all the way down to 1908 to pre-war racers, and it's a different world. And when you start driving a car that's 100 years old, you're more concerned about finishing the race than winning the race, because it is.
I would think you're concerned about just getting the car started.
And getting the car started is a huge undertaking, and keeping them running, and it's so different. But to me, being able to drive something that is a piece of our not only our motorsports history, but it's our heritage.
Yeah.
This is where it all began. This is the genesis of what all of us are driving today.
It's crazy. So, you mentioned a museum. Is that something you're involved with? Where can people see these?
Years ago, my wife and I set up a nonprofit foundation we call the Blaine Motorsports Foundation. Mm-hmm. And we donated a lot of cars. And then as I restored cars for other people over the years, they have put their cars on loan to the foundation. And we're in Visalia, California. It's a private foundation, but we're open to car club tours and that type of thing. But our primary undertaking is we take the cars all around the country to make sure that people get a chance to see them, hear them, smell them. Our feeling is that if the cars can't be driven, we don't show them. We don't take the cars to concours and things of that sort unless they can be driven and seen.
That's great. That's great. So I've never driven one of these. if I get my chance, which I never will, but if I were, when you're sitting in the car and what's the difference in driving this car versus any other of our race cars here this weekend?
They're so different in so many ways. For one, to start with, the pedals are in a different location.
Okay.
Your throttle is in the middle between your clutch and your brake. And then in addition to the foot brake, you also have a hand brake on either the right or left side, depending on where the steering wheel is. And these cars, some have steering wheel on the left, some have steering wheel on the right. And then in addition to that, you have a hand shifter.
Yeah.
So a lot of times the brakes are such poor quality that we actually have to use both the foot brake and the hand brake simultaneously. But the gears are not standardized in any way.
Okay.
They're all 3 speeds, but some of them, right and down is first, and some of them left and down is first, and so the typical H pattern is not typical in these cars. The gears are non-synchro, and you've got a 200-pound flywheel.
Right.
So you can't force these into gear. If you don't have your RPMs meshed properly, it ain't going into gear, unless you want to break metal.
It kind of reminds me of Will Smith in Independence Day when he's trying to fly that thing and he puts it in reverse and it goes forwards and and they put the sign up upside down.
Yeah.
You have to learn how to do the new car. That's
and then that's just to get the thing up and running. The steering it takes a lot of manual effort. The steering ratios are surprisingly quick. But the price you pay is, you've got a 35-inch tire.
And the steering wheels are pretty big.
The steering wheel's pretty big. And when you load that thing going around an asphalt track, which they were never designed to be driven on, you load those on a bank turn, on a like the carousel at Sonoma or something like that, you cannot turn the wheel once that thing sets because the feedback into the steering wheel is so strong that you can't correct. So when you go into that turn, you better have it where you want it, because if you have to correct in the middle of the turn, you're in trouble.
So I'm sure that you've had situations where, these cars go out and do events like this and they don't make it back because they've broken. Ever have one of them get crunched?
Well, fortunately, we haven't had anything caused by contact with a wall or anything like that, or car to car. We've got a checker, I see.
Yeah, checkered flag is out, and because only one of the cars had a transponder, we're going to declare John Kerr the winner. He's the only car. We do our timing and scoring with electronics that were not available in 1911, and only one of the cars has a transponder, and his fastest lap was a 3 minutes 12 seconds .991. That's the 32 car. Is that the which one is that? That's the 1932 Miller Schofield Champ car. So, so he's going to be our winner today. Yeah,
I think he actually was too.
Yeah, there you go.
It's definitely the fastest car out there.
I would think so. What else do we need to know before we let you go? This has been awesome. I got to tell you, this has been a lot of fun.
Well, I'm glad to help. I wish I had more time. Maybe if we have time, we can sneak up here tomorrow. Are you going to be doing this again tomorrow?
We'll be here again tomorrow.
I'll be glad to come up and continue where we left off. But they're special cars, and people really enjoy them.
All right, great. That's Brian Blaine joining us here on the RacingWire Podcast Network and the Racing Network on YouTube. That's the end of Race Group 6. We'll be back here for the British race in just a few minutes, so hang tight. We'll be back in just a second. Attention the paddock. All drivers tomorrow. There is a mandatory drivers meeting at 7:30 a.m. We would like you to be there. We've had some, as I've been calling them, shenanigans today, and those need to be addressed, and the stewards would ask you all to attend a 7:30 a.m. mandatory drivers meeting under the canopy by the cafe. That is a mandatory drivers meeting tomorrow at 7:30 a.m. We appreciate everyone's attendance for that. All right, we're going to be back here in just a few minutes here to talk about, to start our British racing feature race of the day. That'll be starting here in just a few minutes, so hang tight. We're going to get that going here in just a minute. Group British racing group people should be at the grid now. So I know we told everyone to hang tight, but now it's time to get there. We're going to 5-minute board for the British cars, and we are a little bit up against the clock today because of our delays. So if we can get everybody to hustle up now, that would be fantastic. This, of course, is our British feature race. It's time to get started with our final race of the day here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. This is the Vintage Auto Racing Association British Extravaganza, brought to you by Lucas Oil Products. This is the feature race. This is called the Union Jack Challenge, a bunch of small bore British cars out there. This should be a ton of fun. A lot of these guys have run earlier today, so this is a special race we've put together just for the British cars. Of course, the British Extravaganza. You're going to see MGs, you're going to be Sprites, some Triumphs. So this should be a ton of fun as we get wrapped up here at the end of the day. Probably a little bit shorter race. We've had some track cleanup that has kind of put us up against the clock, but we're going to have some fun nonetheless. And we appreciate everyone sticking around here on our first ever RacingWire Podcast Network and Racing Network YouTube channel live stream. Hopefully you've all enjoyed this, and we will do it again tomorrow. But an opportunity for everybody to listen in from home if they can't make it to the racetrack. And hopefully we'll be able to do a little bit more with this down the road. But it's our first attempt at this, and I think so far as I can tell, it's been a success. So we'll go back and listen to it later and see how it turned out. But a lot of fun here, and we're getting ready for this final race of the week, or out of the weekend of today. It's Saturday. We'll be back out here again and do it again tomorrow. So looking for the starters here to see if they're going to be okay with the way the cars are lined up here. Hopefully they'll be okay because we don't have a ton of track time left, so hopefully we can get the green flag here. But starter will make that decision, seeing if that's based on if it's safe to go, and he's happy with it. He'll get us going here. So that's all good, and we will wait to find out right now for that. They're coming through onto the main straight. And we will see what happens here. Looking for the starter to give that indication. He'll either shake his head and say, nope, we're going to go around one more time, or he will pull out the green flag, and that is what's happening now. The green flag is out. Our British sport cars are heading towards the first turn for the final time today before we get going. Here comes our sports cars through turn one for the first time, and so far so good. Here comes our sports cars. That's good. They've all made it through turn one the first time. Looks like everybody's done a nice job with that. All right, looking back at the racing action here to see. Trying to see if I've got any scoring here. I might not have scoring for this particular race. Oh, here we go. Yep, the All-British race. Right now, your race leader is Brian Shaughnessy in the E-Production. I believe that's an MG. Let me look here. I've got a grid sheet for this group somewhere. I know the good people in timing and scoring gave it to me, so I know it's here. Here we go. Brian O'Shaughnessy in the number 717. Yep, that's the MG Midget, car number 72. Second place is Clark Kniesel. Kevin Ayers in third. Greg Siam is in fourth. Your fifth place car is Chris Monier. Dale Shore is sixth. Steve Maline is seventh. Bradley Fenton is in, I'm sorry, I lied. Steve Maline is in seventh. Randy Ryden is in eighth. Richard Maline is in ninth. Bill Rockledge is in, or Rookledge is in 10th. Frank Daly is in 11th, and Steve Kupferman is in 12th. That's your full field rundown here as we get started. Again, this will probably be a pretty quick session, sadly, because of all the stuff we've had to clean up today. But that's the way it goes here when you get late in the day. Some of the cool cars here, these are the British cars, and of course, this is the Union Jack Challenge. So let's talk about the cars we've got in this field. We've got Gary Simons in a 1963 Triumph Spitfire. Clark Kniesel, he is in a 56 Austin Healey 100M. Steve Phillips is driving an Austin Mini Cooper. That's a 1966 Mini Cooper. Steve Ayers is in a 1963 Elva Courier MK3. Rory Reinbold is in a 1961 Devlin 153. Chris Monier is in a 1963 Lotus 57. Let's keep going here. Steve Maline, he's driving a 65 Triumph Spitfire. The 221 car, that's Frank Daly. He's in a 64 Triumph TR4. Moving on to Gary Von Bogert. He is in a 61 Austin Healey MK1 Sprite. Then you've got Tim O'Brien in a 1967 MG Midget. 1960 Midget MGA, that is Diane Cox. And then you've got Randy Ryden. He is in a 1970 Triumph GT6. And then, of course, we've already talked about Brian O'Shaughnessy. He right now is leading in a 1972 MG Midget. Definitely have British cars in this group. That's great. Right now, O'Shaughnessy has a 6.8 second lead over Clark Kniesel. The number 3 car, third place car, that is Greg Siam. He is he is 0.2 of a second back from third place. And then from there, Kevin Ayers is in fourth. He's 4.2 seconds back from 2.4 seconds back from third place. Last lap on this race. The white flag is out for Brian O'Shaughnessy, so he will bring the field around one more time. The final time for today's races here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. Again, don't forget, we are going to be back and doing this all again tomorrow. Just to let you know, our start time tomorrow for our race stream is going to be right around, we're going to start at 11:30 or so. For the race stream, we have one race at 11:45, and then we're going to take an hour break for lunch in the middle of the race stream. That's the way the schedule works tomorrow. And then we'll pick back up at 1:10 in the afternoon for groups 1 through 5. So that is what's going to happen tomorrow. You can catch the race stream. We'll start the stream around 11:30, and then racing action should start hopefully around 11:45 tomorrow. Brian Shaughnessy working our last lap today. He is our race leader right now. He is in an E-Production MG Midget. Yep, that's right, 1972 MG Midget. Clark Kniesel is in second place, about 8.5 seconds back. Greg Siam is in third, and we will wait here to see what happens when the checkered flag comes out. And, of course, at the end, we will give you a full field rundown, which is what we do every race. Want to thank all the people here at VARA for inviting me up here to be your race announcer this weekend. The RacingWire Podcast Network and the Racing Network on YouTube. Very proud to be part of this operation and to provide the coverage for everybody today. Couldn't do it without everybody who works and does stuff for them, and I appreciate the opportunity to share this with everybody. And a good time has been had by all, even though we've had a couple of little incidents today, but that's the way racing goes. If it would be just vintage car driving, not vintage car racing, we can drive the cars anytime, but they actually do race them out here. So things like that happen. The checkered flag is out. Brian O'Shaughnessy is going to be your race winner as he comes across the line. That's a beautiful MG midget, by the way. If you get a chance to stop by and see that when you're walking around the paddock tonight or tomorrow, definitely want to check that out and check out that car as well as all these cars this weekend. This is one of those weekends where you really want to take a walk through the paddock and see the cars that are out there. All right, Greg Siam has crossed the line in third. We're going to run through a full field rundown here, but we really appreciate everybody here. Here is your full field rundown at the end of our British Union Jack Challenge. Your race winner, Brian O'Shaughnessy, in the car 171. Second place was Clark Kniesel. Third place, Greg Siam. Kevin Ayers was in fourth. Chris Monier was fifth. Dale Shore sixth. Steve Malign was seventh. Eighth place is Randy Ryden. Richard Malign ninth. 10th place finisher was Bill Rockledge. Your 11th place car was Steve Kupferman. And then Frank Daly finished 12th. He did not finish the race. He only got 2 laps in. And I suspect he had some sort of a mechanical problem, would be my guess. And that is your full field rundown for our Union Jack Challenge. That's going to do it for our race coverage on this Saturday, May 21st, 2022, from the Vintage Auto Racing Association's British Extravaganza, brought to you again by the good people at Lucas Oil Products. We wouldn't be able to do this without them, and we thank them for being part of our racing this weekend. I'm Brian Belansky. We're going to wrap it up here. Thanks to everyone involved for the podcast and the new live stream. And again, you are listening to the Racing Network on YouTube and the Racing Wire Podcast Network.